Chapter 3899. It's the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian's true body was cultivating in a realm of gods while his clone tore a hole in the void with the help of the space-piercing divine shuttle and went to a lower realm. He had no idea which lower realm he would end up in. The only thing he was certain of was that he would either end up in a Devata realm or a mundane realm. There were far fewer Devata realms in this world compared to mundane realms. For this reason, the probability of his clone arriving in a mundane realm was much higher than a Devata realm. Although the clone's actions were controlled by the true body, it did not affect the true body's actions. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was able to cultivate in the realms of gods even when his law of space clone arrived in a completely unfamiliar mundane realm. Naturally, he could not fully focus on his cultivation. He still had to control his clone. Only when the clone didn't need to do anything would the main body be able to focus on one thing, such as cultivating or concocting divine pills. I don't need to refine divine pills for now. Let's return to the solitary destructive heaven first. Duan Lingtian's clone appeared above a lake in a mundane realm. He knew this was a mundane realm because the heaven and earth spirit energy here was very thin. Achem. Duan Lingtian suddenly discovered a few groups of people had appeared in the distance not long after he appeared. They were flying toward him at high speed and surrounded him in just a blink of an eye. There were more than 20 people in groups of 3 to 5. They surrounded Duan Lingtian and stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people in front of him indifferently. With just a sweep of his divine consciousness, he could tell the cultivation base of these people. Most of them had the cultivation base of Emperor Wu in the mundane realm. There were a few who were slightly weaker, but they were close to the cultivation base of Emperor Wu. Who are you? The Buddha Peace Lake has been sealed by the few great saint lands. How did you get in? The thing that's about to appear in the Buddha Peace Lake belongs to the few great saint lands. You better tell us your origin and whether you have any companions here. Otherwise, you won't be able to return alive. Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, the group of people surrounding him had already begun to speak. Their words were not polite at all, and when they looked at him, their eyes flashed with killing intent. Something about to be born? Duan Lingtian stared blankly for a moment. Then, his divine sense swept out and enveloped the huge lake beneath his feet. In an instant, everything within the lake appeared before his eyes. At the same time, he also knew the reason why these people had surrounded him. There was actually a cave in the lake. Moreover, there were actually a few celestial artifacts in the cave. To the current him, immortal artifacts were no different from scrap metal. But to the people of the mundane planes, it was a supreme treasure. There's actually a formation inside. Moreover, the formation has already been activated. I'm afraid it won't be long before this cave dwelling hidden in the depths of the lake appears before everyone. The immortal who left behind this cave must have left behind some kind of message. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come at this critical moment. After pondering for a moment, Duan Lingtian lost interest in the cave dwelling in the depths of the lake. The thing inside was extremely tempting to people from the mundane planes. However, it was not attractive to him at all. It's time to leave. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he prepared to leave the mundane realm and head to the Devata realm. With his current cultivation base, he could easily tear open space and sense the location of the Devata realm nearby. As long as he could find the point where the space barrier between the two realms connected, he would be able to tear open space and head to the Devata realm. As for other places, he did not dare to take the risk even though he was a divine emperor. The turbulent space between the planes was filled with extremely terrifying spatial turbulence. Not to mention divine emperors, even god emperors and ultimate gods could perish if they were not careful. Even powerful ultimate gods could stay in the turbulent space for a period of time. It was said that supreme powerhouses could roam freely in the turbulent space. On the other hand, ordinary ultimate gods could only stay in the turbulent space for a short period of time, let alone those who were weaker than ordinary ultimate gods. Even with my current strength as a divine emperor, if I'm lucky and don't encounter the turbulent space, I'll definitely die if I enter the turbulent space. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. While Duan Lingtian ignored the questions from the surrounding people and fell into a daze, someone finally lost his patience and directly attacked Duan Lingtian. One of the Emperor Wu powerhouses from the mundane realm flew forward and struck Duan Lingtian with his palm. A huge palm print shot out and landed on Duan Lingtian. Bang! In the next moment, a soft sound rang in the air, much to everyone's surprise. The martial monarch who attacked was stunned in mid-air. He had used at least 80% of his strength in that attack. Even if any of the martial monarchs at the scene were to be caught off guard, they would still die without a doubt. However, the person in front of him just stood there. He did not seem to use any strength, but when his palm landed on Duan Lingtian, it suddenly exploded and scattered with the wind. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was not only unscathed, but his robe was also unwrinkled. In fact, Duan Lingtian was already a divine emperor. Even an ordinary immortal who had not yet reached the divine king realm would still have a layer of divine power on the surface of his body, forming a layer of protection. This kind of protection was naturally useless against people whose cultivation bases were close to his own. However, an ordinary immortal would not be able to break through this layer of protection. Let alone a group of immortals from the mundane realm who did not even have a mortal body. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's body in the mundane realm was not his true body. It was a clone formed from the law of space. The protective energy around his body was even more terrifying. Even celestial emperors from the Devata realms might not be able to break through it, let alone Emperor Wu from the mundane realm. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. It was not that he could not react in time, but it was just that his opponent's cultivation base was not strong enough for him to make a move. What was the point of him making a move if his opponent could not even break through his protective energy? It was as though a 2-meter-tall man was punched by a 2- or 3-year-old child. Was he supposed to block the punch? Was he supposed to block the punch? What a joke! Meanwhile, the expressions of the onlookers were no longer gloomy and angry. Instead, they were filled with fear and panic. Heavens! What kind of monster was this? As he stood there, the martial emperor expert's all-out attack did not even break through his protective dipper energy. Even an ordinary immortal would not be able to do this, right? After Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he glanced at the martial emperor who attacked him and said nonchalantly, "You attacked me for no reason. Moreover, the moment you attacked, you used almost all of your strength with the intention to kill. According to my past temper, you'll definitely die." If Duan Lingtian had said this when everyone had gathered around him, no one would have taken him seriously. However, no one doubted his words at this moment. Emperor Wu, who was being stared at by Duan Lingtian, was so frightened that his face turned pale. He hastily kneeled in the air and kowtowed as he begged for mercy. "My lord, please spare my life. Please spare my life." Emperor Wu was a person with a lofty status in the Saint Land. He was second only to the emperor, but at this moment, he had completely thrown away his dignity. Although this scene was seen by the surrounding people, no one made fun of him. The purple-clad young man in front of them was too terrifying. Based on the defense he had displayed earlier, with his strength, even if the few great Saint Lands joined forces, they would not be a match for him. This was an existence that could single-handedly destroy several of their great powers. "Break one of your own arms," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Break the arm that's moving." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the martial emperor who was still kowtowing raised his left hand in ecstasy. With a chop, he chopped off his right arm. However, as though he wanted to show off in front of Duan Lingtian, he smashed his severed arm with a punch with his left hand. There was no way he could reattach it. In fact, he was thinking that when he returned to the Saint Land, he would ask his senior brother, the leader of the Saint Land, for one of the only 2 celestial pills in the Saint Land that could regenerate severed limbs. At that time, he would be able to regrow his severed arm. A celestial pill in exchange for a life was worth it. "My lord, do you have any other requests?" After severing one of his arms, Emperor Wu asked again and again. It was obvious he was worried Duan Lingtian was still angry. However, Duan Lingtian did not bother to argue with Emperor Wu when he saw Emperor Wu had severed one of his arms. After he looked away, he struck the air with his palm. In the next instant, bang, a soft sound rang in the air as a violent energy wreaked havoc in Duan Lingtian's palm. The energy sent chills down the spines of the powerhouses from the mundane realms. At this moment, they felt as though their breaths had stopped. Although that power was perfectly controlled by the other party's palm, they could still faintly sense how terrifying that power was through the void and following the other party's control. In the next instant, they saw a black hole appear in the void. It was so dark that they could not see the bottom of it. It's in the east. After a while, Duan Lingtian discovered the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Devata realm through the tear in the void that he had forcefully torn open. Then, he teleported and left the place. Under the watchful eyes of the people from the mundane realm, Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air. When the tear in the void closed again, everyone regained their senses. Gulp. Gasp. At this moment, there were people who swallowed hard, and there were also many who gasped. They looked at each other and saw fear and shock in each other's eyes. After a long while, someone asked in a trembling voice, "Do you think he's a celestial? Even an ordinary celestial wouldn't be so terrifying, right?" Chapter 3900. Duan Lingtian was no longer the person he used to be. His opinion of the people from the mundane realm had changed. Throughout his life, as long as he had the ability to deal with someone who wanted to kill him, none of them were still alive. Even if there were, he had not dealt with them yet. For example, the Zhong clan in the Heavenly Wind City in the mystic gangland in the realms of gods. The God King clan in Heavenly Wind City had once sent their men of sacrifice to kill Duan Lingtian. Although they had tried to befriend Duan Lingtian and even gave him many treasures, Duan Lingtian had no intention of annihilating the clan. However, Duan Lingtian would not let the Zhong clan, who was the mastermind, off. Although the people from the mundane realm had tried to kill him, they were too weak. Moreover, he was in a good mood now that his clone had returned to the mundane realm. This is the place. Duan Lingtian made a few teleportations and arrived at the intersection between the mundane realm and the Devata realm. There were 2 layers of spatial barriers between the mundane realm and the mundane realm. However, these 2 layers of spatial barriers seemed to overlap with each other. Bang! Duan Lingtian punched out, and a black whirlpool instantly appeared in the air. The whirlpool was not completely black. Apart from the edge of the whirlpool, there was a beautiful picture in the middle of the whirlpool. It was the scene of the Devata realm on the other side. Since the 2 realms were adjacent to each other, there was no spatial barrier. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian flew into the Devata realm in front of him. Not long after he entered the Devata realm, the spatial tunnel he had created with his punch quickly closed up. After a few breaths, the spatial tunnel returned to normal as though nothing had happened. I'll look for a transporting formation in the Devata realm and head to the solitary destructive heaven. A hint of excitement could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he arrived at a ravine with beautiful scenery. Although he had only left the Devata realms for less than 100 years, his experiences in the realms of gods were not inferior to those in the Devata realms. Although he had stayed in the Devata realm for hundreds of years, he had spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation. He rarely came into contact with the outside world. In fact, he didn't even know many people. Duan Lingtian sped all the way and finally saw a city after about half a day. Although this city was small and did not have a transporting formation, what Duan Lingtian needed now was to ask for directions. He asked for directions to the transportation formations in the Devata realms. Although the city was small, there were many people going in and out of it. Duan Lingtian followed the flow of people into the city and did not attract too much attention. In fact, in the eyes of those people, Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary young man. Clear sky. After entering the city, Duan Lingtian quickly learned the name of the Devata realm he was in. It was the empty sky realm he had been to in the past. In the past, he had traveled to many Devata realms to look for his family and to see if they would reply. In fact, he had been to almost all of the Devata realms, but he had only stayed for a short period of time. I don't even know where the transportation formations in the Devata realms are. Duan Lingtian was puzzled when he discovered he was in a small corner of the clear sky realm. Moreover, the celestials in this area did not have high cultivation bases. Although they had heard of the transportation formations in the Devata realms, they had only heard of them in rumors. They did not know where they could find them. Sir, it's said that there are many powerhouses in the far north. You can go there and ask around. After the waiter received some celestial crystals from Duan Lingtian, he was very friendly to Duan Lingtian. He was just short of introducing his ancestors to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. This was the only thing he could do. It was better to have a direction than nothing. Otherwise, he could only wander around like a headless fly. In the solitary destructive heaven. In the heavenly palace. Boom. Rumble. At this moment, a large number of buildings in the heavenly palace collapsed. Many figures flew out and stood in front of the entrance. Their expressions were grim as they looked at the trembling void in front of the heavenly palace. Who's that person? He's able to fight Lord Heavenly Emperor to such an extent. An old man dressed in a fiery red robe asked solemnly. I don't know. It's a new face. Meng Luo shook his head. He had seen the person's appearance earlier. However, when the person fought with Lord Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, even he had to avoid him. Even the aftershock of the person's attack made him feel as though his life was on the line. Even the palace master of the main hall of the title temple could only leave behind a clone to escape when Lord Heavenly Emperor went to the main hall of the title temple. Even the palace master of the main hall of the title temple isn't a match for Lord Heavenly Emperor. Who's that person? I don't know. It's impossible to enter the heavenly palace now. Even titled god emperors would be severely injured if they managed to enter the heavenly palace. Who's that person? Inside the mountain gate of Heavenly Emperor Palace, a large number of buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. The aftermath of the collision of the two forces swept away everything inside the mountain gate of Heavenly Emperor Palace, forming a force field that prevented people from getting close, let alone entering. Earlier, one of the titled celestial emperors who was considered average among the titled celestial emperors was severely injured by the shockwaves from the collision of the two energies. Fortunately, he had consumed the celestial pill given to him by Hualaro and managed to survive. At this moment, his face was pale and filled with fear as he looked into the heavenly palace. Inside the heavenly palace. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Streaks of sword chi rose into the sky like beautiful fireworks. Wherever the flames passed, the void would stagnate. Even the air seemed to be frozen. At the same time, an extremely powerful force turned into a giant palm and smashed down, shattering all the sword lights. Feng Qingyang, I have to admit that you're one of the strongest among the higher god kings. Your attainments in the law of time are truly shocking. A figure stepped out from the distant void. It was a middle-aged man with a cold face. He looked at the green figure standing in the distance, surrounded by a sword light, and said in a cold voice, "When we first met, although I only saw your law clone, I'm certain you were only a lower god king at that time. To think that you've broken through from a lower god king to a higher god king in just a few decades. It seems like you're hiding a lot of secrets. I'm curious." A hint of greed and desire could be seen in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes as he spoke. Am I Xian? Feng Qingyang moved with his sword and became one with the sword. He continued to attack the middle-aged man as he said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be spared by the Dead Spirit clan. A clansman who betrayed the Dead Spirit clan shouldn't be allowed to live in this world." Feng Qingyang still remembered that he had personally entered the netherworld to inform the Dead Spirit clan of Mi Xian's betrayal. Although Mi Xian was very strong, as far as he knew, the Dead Spirit clan in the netherworld had even stronger existences. Regardless of whether the Dead Spirit clan was stronger or not, given the Dead Spirit clan's foundation in the netherworld, they must have made many friends. At a critical moment, they could find experts from other clans to help them clean up their clan. However, what Feng Qingyang hadn't expected was that Mi Xian would reappear several decades later. This time, he was no longer in soul form but had taken over someone else's body. The most unexpected thing was Mi Xian had broken through to the God Emperor realm. However, based on the current situation, the body that Mi Xian had taken over was not completely compatible with him. As a result, although he was a middle God Emperor, he was unable to suppress a higher God King in a short amount of time. Feng Qingyang, you managed to escape from me in the past. Today, you'll die in my hands as well. As Mi Xian spoke coldly, he shot toward Feng Qingyang like a bolt of lightning. The laws that he comprehended were no weaker than the laws of time that Feng Qingyang comprehended. After all, he had lived much longer than Feng Qingyang. Coupled with the difference in cultivation, even though his soul and physical body were not completely compatible, he was still able to suppress Feng Qingyang. However, the strength that Feng Qingyang had displayed still amazed him. At the very least, it was very difficult to find such a powerful higher god king in the netherworld. If he hadn't been a middle god emperor but a lower god emperor, he might not have been able to suppress Mi Xian. At most, they would have been evenly matched. He might even have been slightly weaker. Fortunately, I broke through some time ago. Mi Xian sighed in relief when he thought about how Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall of the title temple, had come to look for him. The battle between Mi Xian and Feng Qingyang was earth-shattering. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was reduced to rubble. Even the mountain gate in the distance was on the verge of collapse. Boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. Bang! Bang! Meng Luo, Huolaro, and the others could only watch from afar. They could not see anything at all. Even their divine consciousness was swept away by the aftershocks of the battle. We can only wait. Huolaro sighed. I believe in Lord Heavenly Emperor. Meng Luo had a determined expression on his face. He trusted Lord Heavenly Emperor unconditionally. Finally, after about half an hour, the commotion in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven finally subsided. Peace was restored, and the dust in the surroundings began to disperse. When the dust finally settled, Huolaro, Meng Luo, and the others were greeted by the sight of a wasteland. Outside the wasteland, there were broken things that had fallen to the ground. Inside, there was only dust everywhere. It was like a desert. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had been razed to the ground. Someone's coming out. At this moment, someone saw a figure flying out of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Chapter 39:01. The entrance to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was in ruins. At this moment, a figure could be seen flying toward the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In just a blink of an eye, the figure arrived before Huolaro, Meng Luo, and the other celestial emperors who had just returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. These celestial emperors were all loyal followers of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. They were pleasantly surprised when they saw the figure flying toward them. Lord Heavenly Emperor! Lord Heavenly Emperor! Lord Heavenly Emperor! At this moment, the person who appeared in front of everyone was none other than Feng Qingyang. However, as soon as Feng Qingyang arrived, Meng Luo, who was most familiar with him, frowned slightly. This was because he realized the heavenly emperor seemed unfamiliar to him at this moment. He was still the same person. His appearance was still the same. However, his aura had changed. Just by standing there, he gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. Soon after, Huolaro frowned slightly when he noticed this as well. Only the remaining celestial emperors were not familiar with Feng Qingyang. Every time they met him, they would look up to him from afar. Even if they felt that something was amiss with Feng Qingyang, they would think that it was because Feng Qingyang had just experienced a great battle. Suddenly, Elder Hui, Meng Luo and the others saw Feng Qingyang, who was standing in the sky, let out a cold snort the instant he looked at them. Their hearts skipped a beat as they wondered what was going on. Feng Qingyang's body began to tremble. Waves of terrifying soul energy swept out from his body in just a blink of an eye, causing Huolaro and the others to retreat in horror. Some of the slower immortal emperors were affected by the soul aura and fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Their eyes, which were originally full of light, dimmed at this moment. Their souls were destroyed. There's another soul in Lord Heavenly Emperor's body. At this moment, Huolaro, Meng Luo, and the others, who had retreated, could clearly sense this from the strange situation just now. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in their ears. It was from the mouth of the Sky Emperor in front of them. Feng Qingyang. The moment he opened his mouth, he actually called out his name. You better behave yourself. Do you really think I can't destroy your soul? You may be strong, but your soul is only that of a high god king. I, Mi Xian, am not only a middle god emperor's soul, but a member of the ghost race. Battles between souls are my specialty. If I wasn't interested in some of the things you know and wanted to get those things, do you think I would have spared your life? As soon as he spoke, the expressions of Huolaro and the others turned ugly. Now, they finally knew what had happened. Another soul had entered their Lord Heavenly Emperor's body. Moreover, the soul belonged to a middle god emperor. Now that the Sky Emperor had spoken, they finally learned about their Lord Heavenly Emperor's cultivation base. A high god king. Although they were only celestial emperors in the Devata realms, they knew celestial emperors were stronger than celestial kings. For example, celestial emperors in the Devata realms were stronger than celestial kings. Mi Xian. When Feng Qingyang spoke again, his voice had changed. It was the voice Huolaro, Meng Luo, and the others were familiar with. His voice was calm, as though he was not afraid of another soul entering his body. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's voice, the eyes of Huolaro and the others brightened immediately. They sighed in relief. Based on their Lord Heavenly Emperor's tone, it was clear he was fine. Mi Xian. At the same time, Feng Qingyang continued to speak. As a member of the Dead Spirit clan, you've already possessed a human's body. After the human's body was destroyed, it's impossible for you to possess another person's body. As a member of the Dead Soul clan, you should know this better than anyone else. It's meaningless for you to possess my body. Moreover, even if it's just a soul, you won't be able to destroy me. Perhaps, you might be able to destroy me, but you'll have to pay a hefty price. Are you willing to pay such a hefty price just to destroy me? As for what you want, it's the secret of the Azura Hell. However, I can't share it with you. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. With your current strength, I can't kill you. However, that doesn't mean I can't kill you in the future. Feng Qingyang's voice grew colder and colder as he spoke. After a while, Feng Qingyang's body gave off a powerful soul ripple. When he spoke again, it was the same cold voice as before. Feng Qingyang, I don't know what will happen in the future, but right now, a high god king's soul like you isn't qualified to be my enemy. Now, you'd better behave yourself. If you don't want to tell me the secret of the Azura Hell, I'll find a way to make you tell me. If you don't tell me, I'll kill these people. Feng Qingyang, or more accurately, Feng Qingyang, who was under Mi Xian's control, narrowed his eyes and looked at Huolaro, Meng Luo, and the others icily. Everyone's expression changed. If you touch them, I won't let you succeed even if I have to destroy my own soul, Mi Xian said indifferently. Feng Qingyang replied nonchalantly. Clearly, he did not care about Mi Xian's threat at all. Of course, before I self-destruct, I'll make you pay the price. At that time, your soul will be left with an irreparable wound. You'll definitely die in the next tribulation. Feng Qingyang's tone was incomparably cold. Mi Xian fell silent for a moment before speaking again. It seems that these people aren't very important to you, Feng Qingyang. Fine. Since you don't care about them, I'll let them live. However, if they want to live, they have to work for me. The conversation between Mi Xian and Feng Qingyang was between their souls. The last thing Huolaro, Meng Luo, and the others heard was that Mi Xian was going to attack them. The group led by Meng Luo spoke up, Your Majesty, please don't compromise for us. Your Majesty, I have no regrets dying for you. Your Majesty, at this moment, the group of celestial emperors led by Meng Luo and Elder Hua could be said to be loyal to Feng Qingyang. They were willing to shed blood for him. While Huolaro, Meng Luo, and the others were prepared to die, Feng Qingyang, or to be more precise, Mi Xian, who was controlling Feng Qingyang's body, raised his hand and threw a formation compass into the air. As soon as Duan Lingtian activated the formation plate, an illusory grand formation descended from the sky and shrouded the entire heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. From now on, no one is allowed to leave this formation. If anyone dares to approach the formation, I'll kill them immediately. Mi Xian looked at Huolaro, Meng Luo, and the others coldly. His tone was so cold that no one dared to doubt his words. What's he trying to do? Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others were at a loss when they heard Mi Xian's words and saw that Mi Xian had no intention of attacking them. They couldn't figure out what the person controlling their Lord Heavenly Emperor's body wanted to do. Swoosh. Under the watchful eyes of Meng Luo and the others, Mi Xian sat cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. No one knew if he was meditating or doing something else. Huolaro, Meng Luo, and the others remained where they were, not daring to make any rash moves. He's not letting us leave, and he's staying here. What's he trying to do? Why do I feel like he's waiting for someone? The formation he set up earlier seems to be able to cut off transmissions. What? Soon after, Meng Luo, Huolaro, and the others discovered the formation Mi Xian had set up earlier was able to cut off transmissions. In truth, although Feng Qingyang had a similar formation disk, Mi Xian definitely did not know that Feng Qingyang had such a formation disk. Even if he did, he would not be able to take it. Although Feng Qingyang's spatial ring had recognized him as its owner through his blood, he still needed to use his divine sense to open it. Even though Mi Xian had temporarily taken control of his body, he could not touch his spatial ring. The formation disk Mi Xian had taken out came from his own spatial ring. To be more precise, it came from the spatial ring of his previous body. He could open it directly with his divine sense. As a member of the dead spirit race without a body, his spatial ring was recognized by his divine sense, not his blood. Earlier, after he had abandoned his body and entered Feng Qingyang's body, he had controlled Feng Qingyang's body and taken his spatial ring. What's his goal? Is he afraid that we'll find help? What kind of help can we find? That's right. Lord Heavenly Emperor is even stronger than the strongest person in the Devata realms, the main hall master of the title temple. Who would be able to deal with someone stronger than him? Not only is he a divine emperor, but he's also an intermediate divine emperor. What's he afraid of? He's actually blocking our communication. Since Elder Hue, Meng Luo, and the others had nothing to do, they couldn't help but wonder why Mi Xian had set up the communication isolation formation. In the end, Hue Laro's expression changed drastically when he thought of a possibility. Is it possible that he's waiting for the young palace master to return? The young palace master? Meng Luo was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. His expression changed drastically as well. That must be it. He must think the young palace master is more valuable to Lord Heavenly Emperor than us. If the young palace master returns without knowing what's going on, he can use the young palace master to threaten Lord Heavenly Emperor. After listening to Hue Laro and Meng Luo's voice transmissions, everyone felt this was the most likely possibility. As a matter of fact, Mi Xian indeed had such thoughts. Now that news of Feng Qingyang regaining control of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven has spread, I'm sure the Duan Lingtian will return if he hears about this. This saves me the trouble of looking for him. Not only did that brat kill my brothers, but he even fooled me. Chapter 3902. Mi Xian's hatred for Duan Lingtian was greater than his hatred for Feng Qingyang. Previously, Mi Xian's brother, Lord Yahiko, was killed by Duan Lingtian using the 5 divine elements. At that time, Mi Xian had wanted to obtain the 5 divine elements from Duan Lingtian. However, he had gone for wool and come home shorn. Later on, Mi Xian had possessed the body of the young master of the title temple's main hall. It was the only chance for a dead spirit clansman to possess a foreign body. However, that body had been destroyed by Duan Lingtian. Due to the restriction of soul energy in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Mi Xian was defeated by Duan Lingtian and had to flee in a sorry state. In fact, Mi Xian had suffered at the hands of Duan Lingtian more than once. Even though so many years had passed and he had made a name for himself in the netherworld, he still hated Duan Lingtian to the bone deep in his heart. At the same time, he longed to obtain Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements. After all, Duan Lingtian possessed all 5 divine elements. Mi Xian was extremely jealous of Duan Lingtian. Feng Qingyang returned in a domineering manner and killed all the members of the title temple in the realm where the main hall of the title temple is located. Not only that, but Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple, has also become a homeless dog. Once news of this spreads, I'm sure Duan Lingtian will come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Mi Xian closed his eyes and rested for a moment before he made up his mind. Then, he sent a message to his subordinates. This time, when he returned from the netherworld, he also brought people with him. They were the slaves he had subdued over the years, and he had planted a soul imprint on them. Although they were only ordinary godly spirits, they were still good helpers in the Devata realms. Help me send a message out. After Mi Xian explained the situation to the 2 of them, he gave the order. Yes, Master. The 2 of them quickly responded to Mi Xian and began to move quickly. After Mi Xian opened his eyes and glanced at Elder Hue, Meng Luo, and the others, he closed his eyes again and continued to rest. As for Hue Laro and the others, they did not dare to act rashly. However, as time passed, both Hue Laro and Meng Luo began to feel anxious. Although they did not need to eat, drink, relieve themselves, and sleep like mortals, they could not help but feel anxious when they thought about the possibility of Duan Lingtian returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Of course, although they were anxious, they did not dare to act rashly. However, even if they did not act rashly, it did not mean that the others did not have the same thoughts. 2 days later, one of the weaker celestial emperors volunteered to take the soul pearl from Hualaro before he left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He teleported and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already outside the formation. However, just as he appeared outside the formation, before he could send out a message, a voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh! A wisp of soul power swept through the air like a gust of wind. As soon as Mi Xian opened his eyes, the person who had teleported outside the formation fell to the ground with a dull look in his eyes. His body and Dao dissipated. Don't provoke me again. Mi Xian glanced at Hualaro and the others indifferently. If anyone dares to leave the formation again, I'll kill them as well. Upon hearing Mi Xian's words, Hualaro and the others' expressions turned unsightly. However, there was nothing they could do. They could see it. Even if they were lucky enough to escape the formation, they would be killed before they could send out a message. Lord Heavenly Emperor didn't respond this time. It seems like Lord Heavenly Emperor's soul is indeed suppressed by him. However, based on Lord Heavenly Emperor's tone, he shouldn't be in any danger for now. Meng Luo sent a voice transmission to Hualaro. Of course, to a certain extent, he was comforting himself by saying this. All right. Hualaro nodded. I think so too. The young master isn't in the solitary destructive heaven. I hope he doesn't hear about Lord Heavenly Emperor's return until later. When Meng Luo spoke again, there was a hint of worry in his voice. I hope so. A bitter expression appeared on Hualaro's face. His heart was filled with worry. Before today, he had hoped that the young master of the solitary destructive heaven would receive the news as soon as possible and return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although their Lord Heavenly Emperor was still alive, his body was temporarily possessed by someone else, and his soul was suppressed. If the young master of the solitary destructive heaven returned, not only would they be in trouble, but their Lord Heavenly Emperor would also be forced to do things he was unwilling to do. This was not something they wanted to see. However, even if they were worried now, it would be of no use. They were too weak to affect anything. Moreover, if they dared to act recklessly, they would be killed by the Divine Emperor who had temporarily taken over their Lord Heavenly Emperor's body. If the Divine Emperor wanted to kill them, it would be easier than killing an ant. Perhaps, all he needed was a thought. Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still in a Devata realm near the mundane realm where he had arrived. He had finally found a place with many powerhouses and found out about the location of a transporting formation. However, he was stopped from using the transporting formation. During this period of time, Lord Mansion Master has prohibited the use of transporting formations in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian was stopped by a group of powerhouses. The people who stopped him were led by a group of celestial lords. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly, but he did not waste his breath on the other party. He raised his hand and pressed down on the air. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings began to stir before it began to gather in the air. In just a blink of an eye, under everyone's watchful eyes, a huge palm silhouette appeared in the air and slammed down on the people who were blocking Duan Lingtian's path. In just a blink of an eye, the people who were blocking Duan Lingtian's path were slammed to the ground by Duan Lingtian's palm silhouette. Puff! Barf! Mouthfuls of blood spurted out from their mouths. Everyone, including the immortal emperor, was in a sorry state. Those with weaker cultivation bases had suffered serious injuries. In fact, this was because Duan Lingtian had shown mercy. Otherwise, all of them would have been annihilated in that one strike. When Duan Lingtian made his way to the transporting formation, the people standing in the surroundings did not dare to say a word as they watched Duan Lingtian's figure disappear into the transporting formation. After Duan Lingtian left, the Celestial Lord could not help but gasp as his body trembled. Who's he? He looks like an ordinary person, but even an ordinary Celestial Emperor might not be able to do that, right? The others were also trembling with fear at this moment. I'm afraid even Lord Mansion Master isn't a match for them. When they thought about the purple-clad young man and the Mansion Master who was the strongest in their district, many of them instinctively thought to themselves. Swoosh! Through the transporting formation, Duan Lingtian arrived at a Devata realm transportation formation near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He had been here many times in the past. I didn't expect to return as a law clone after so many years. When Duan Lingtian arrived near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he could not help but think about his master, Feng Qingyang. When they first met, Feng Qingyang was also a law clone. Feng Qingyang was still in the Azura Hell. I wonder if master has returned. Duan Lingtian took out Elder Hua's soul pearl from his spatial ring. This was the spatial ring he had given to his clone before he used the void-piercing divine shuttle to travel to the Emperor Battle Realm. He had already made preparations before he left the Emperor Battle Realm. For example, he had brought Hualaro and his family's soul pearls with him. Initially, he wanted to duplicate 1 or 2 more soul pearls. However, based on the amount of soul imprints in the soul pearls, it would not last long even if he duplicated 1 more soul pearl. After all, the soul imprints in the soul pearls would fade with time. Chem. Not only did Duan Lingtian send messages to Hualaro, but he also sent messages to Meng Luo and Meng Luo. However, he did not receive any response from them even though their soul pearls were still intact. It was as though a stone had sunk into the sea. Since their soul pearls were still intact, it meant they were still alive. If they did not reply in time, it meant they were either in another Devata realm or in closed-door cultivation. Forget it. I should return to the heavenly palace and have a look. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made his way to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven without waiting for their reply. After a few teleportations, Duan Lingtian arrived near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Achem. When Duan Lingtian arrived near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he saw through the clouds that the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was no longer there. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is destroyed. Was it done by the title temple? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened immediately. Although his master, Feng Qingyang, had left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, and Hualaro and the others had left as well, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was now an empty city. He was still in the solitary destructive heaven. However, they were forced to do so by circumstances. If the crisis was averted, they would return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was gone. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened as he shifted his gaze to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Soon enough, he discovered several figures standing outside the crumbling entrance of the heavenly palace. Duan Lingtian recognized 3 of the figures from afar. Master, Hualaro and Meng Luo. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he teleported to the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian discovered a formation had been set up around the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, it did not seem to be offensive at all. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled. Since Hualaro and Meng Luo were still in the solitary destructive heaven and were not in closed-door cultivation, why did they not reply to his message? Could it be because of the formation? As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, a surprised voice rang in the distance. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Chapter 3903. Most of the time, it was just a coincidence. Duan Lingtian had been in the realms of gods for many years. He had thought about his family and friends in the Devata realms and the mundane realms, but he had never thought about returning to the realms of gods before the realm battlefield closed. After all, he knew it was impossible. Back then, he was only a celestial emperor and had yet to ascend to godhood. He was able to sneak into the realm of gods through the realm of gods through the realm of gods. After he had become a god, even with the help of the 5 divine elements, he would not be able to enter the 9 serenities battlefield since only celestial emperors who were not gods could enter the 9 serenities battlefield. He had only bought the divine void-piercing shuttle because Dongfang Yannian had reminded him of it. Otherwise, he would not have known it was sold in Peace City in the Emperor Battle Realm. Duan Lingtian had thought of many possibilities when he returned to the solitary destructive heaven. However, he did not expect to see his master, Feng Qingyang, being possessed by Mi Xian. To be more precise, it was a temporary possession. Feng Qingyang's soul was still in his body, but Mi Xian's soul was stronger and had taken over. It had only been a month since Feng Qingyang was possessed by Mi Xian. Achem. As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he heard a sharp voice from his master, Feng Qingyang. Even the voice lines had changed. Moreover, he found it strange that Mi Xian had addressed him by his name. Master. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Qingyang with a slight frown on his face. Based on Mi Xian's gaze and aura, he felt Mi Xian was not his master, but someone else. However, based on Mi Xian's figure and appearance, there was no doubt Mi Xian was his master. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. For a moment, he did not think about the possibility of Mi Xian being possessed. Young Palace Master, he is not the Lord Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, Huolaro, Meng Luo, and the others also flew toward Duan Lingtian as soon as they noticed him. They stood in front of Duan Lingtian and looked at Feng Qingyang in the eyes, shielding Duan Lingtian behind them. They knew that even if they allowed their young palace master to escape, he would not have the chance to do so. The other party's strength was too strong. It had already reached the point where it could kill all of them within a year. Divine emperors. That was an existence above divine king powerhouses. In the Devata realms, ordinary gods were still quite a distance away from becoming god kings. Young Palace Master, a month ago, His Majesty the Celestial Emperor's body was possessed by someone else, and His Majesty the Celestial Emperor's soul was suppressed by the other party. Now, the one controlling His Majesty the Celestial Emperor's body is not His Majesty the Celestial Emperor, but someone else's soul. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. Duan Lingtian's joy at seeing his master turned into anger in just a blink of an eye. His eyes turned sharp as he glared at Duan Lingtian. You'll have to kill us if you want to use our young palace master to threaten the Lord Heavenly Emperor, Meng Luo said coldly as he glared at Feng Qingyang. Although Meng Luo knew his strength was much weaker than Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian could kill him with just a thought, he was not afraid at all. He stood in front of Duan Lingtian without hesitation, shielding Duan Lingtian behind him. Huolaro and the others were also glaring at Feng Qingyang. You're Mi Xian? Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed with killing intent as he glared at Meng Luo and the others. He was about to kill them when Duan Lingtian spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Recalling the familiar sharp voice and the fact that the other party was able to possess his master, Feng Qingyang's body, Zhongxian had a rough idea of who the other party was. I didn't expect an ant-like brat like you would remember me. Mi Xian, who was controlling Feng Qingyang's body, smiled sinisterly. Brat, since you're here, there's no need for you to leave. Once your master tells me everything, I'll give you a quick death so you can accompany my brother, Yahiko, who was killed by you. Of course, if Feng Qingyang refuses to cooperate, I'll make sure you suffer the pain of having your soul refined. Soul torture, that's more painful than 1,000 cuts. Don't even think about committing suicide. Even if you die, I can use a secret art of the dead spirit race to imprison your soul the moment your soul disintegrates. Mi Xian was surprised that Duan Lingtian could recognize him, but he wasn't too surprised. After all, it wasn't hard to guess. Suicide. Duan Lingtian paused when he heard Mi Shen's words. Then, he smiled mockingly. Mi Shen, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to make me commit suicide. To think that you can suppress my master's soul. It looks like you've improved over the years. You must have broken through to become a higher god king. Duan Lingtian had known that Mi Shen was an intermediate god king in the past. His master, Feng Qingyang, was a lower god king. Later, his master hid in Azura Hell, planning to emerge only after breaking through to become an intermediate god king. At that time, he wouldn't have to fear Mi Shen. His master must have broken through to become an intermediate god king before he came out. However, his master did not expect Mi Shen would break through to become a higher god king at the same time as he broke through to become an intermediate god king. This was Duan Lingtian's guess. After all, it had been less than 100 years since he left the Devata realms and the conflict between Mi Shen and them. He had only achieved so much in less than 100 years due to a fortuitous encounter. On the other hand, although his master had obtained the legacy of a supreme powerhouse, he still had to cultivate step by step. As for Mi Shen, he was certain his master was still inferior to him. A higher god king? Mi Shen was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he laughed. Duan Lingtian, do you think I'll be able to suppress your master's soul if I'm only a higher god king? You are underestimating your master too much. Of course, you've also underestimated me. It was not difficult for Mi Shen to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts. He could not help but scoff at Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard Mi Shen's words. His master had broken through to become a higher god king. At this moment, Meng Luo, who was standing in front of Duan Lingtian, said in a deep voice, "Young palace master, this person is now a god king. Moreover, he's a middle god king." Middle god king? Duan Lingtian was shocked by Meng Luo's words. However, when he thought about it, he recalled his master was a higher god king, and yet, he was no match for Mi Shen. It was clear Mi Shen was not just a lower god king. Previously, Mi Shen had possessed the body of Tang Sanpao, the young palace master of the title temple. After the body was destroyed, it was impossible for Mi Shen to possess a new body. There would always be a gap. However, his master had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. Even if he was only a higher god king, his battle prowess was on par with a god emperor. If Mi Shen's soul was only a lower god emperor, he might not be able to suppress his master. When Mi Shen heard Meng Luo's words, he raised his head proudly and looked down at Duan Lingtian. Boy, it's meaningless to mention my cultivation base. Whether I'm a god king or a god emperor, I'm not someone you can defeat. You've been hiding in the shadows for so many years. I'm afraid you haven't even become a god yet, right? At the end of his sentence, Mi Shen's tone had a hint of ridicule. Becoming a god isn't that simple. Become a god? Duan Lingtian laughed at Mi Shen's words. He did not waste any more words and teleported away. When he reappeared, he was already close to Mi Shen. At the same time, a powerful aura spread out from his body. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's powerful aura spread out as he stood in the air like an immortal. At this moment, he who had an extraordinary bearing was like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. This is, when Meng Luo and Hualaro regained their wits and tried to protect Duan Lingtian again, they were forced back by the aura radiating from Duan Lingtian. The aura was so strong that it made them feel oppressed. This aura. Why does it feel like it's even more terrifying than His Majesty's? Meng Luo and Hualaro looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. When their Lord Celestial Emperor had returned from the Azura Hell and summoned them back, they'd sensed a terrifying aura from him. However, that aura was far inferior to this one. Could it be, all of a sudden, a thought popped up in their minds. Young Palace Master, the student has surpassed the master? How is this possible? While Meng Luo and Elder Hua were still in shock, Mi Shen was also shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. You! In less than 100 years, how could you? How could you become a god king? A divine emperor? As a medium divine emperor, Mi Shen was familiar with the aura of a divine emperor even though he was only a soul. At this moment, The purple-clad young man was radiating the aura of a divine emperor. To be more precise, it was the aura of a lower divine emperor. If it were only the soul of a lower divine emperor, Xian would not be afraid. However, his opponent was not a lower divine emperor. His opponent was a human with a fleshly body. His soul was connected to his body and could be used to attack and defend. In this aspect, he had an advantage over Xian. Even if he had taken over someone else's body before, because they were not completely compatible, that body might not be able to eliminate his worries when fighting with others. It might not be able to become his escape route. In terms of strength, a lower divine emperor was not weaker than him. If they were in the netherworld, he was confident that he could kill a lower divine emperor with the help of the environment there. However, he was not so confident in the outside world. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must have used some external object to simulate a divine emperor's aura. After a moment, Xian came back to his senses and shook his head. His gaze on Duan Lingtian grew colder and colder, but it also seemed to say, "I've seen through you. Stop pretending." Chapter 3904. Imitate the aura of a divine emperor? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Xian's words. He was impressed by Xian's imagination. However, Duan Lingtian did not waste his breath on Xian's skeptical expression. He raised his hand and unleashed his divine energy that belonged to a lesser divine emperor. Coupled with the power of the law of space, he sent a sonic boom toward Xian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only attacked casually. His purpose was to show Xian that he, Duan Lingtian, was a bona fide divine emperor. As for why he did not kill Xian directly, how could he kill Xian? Xian's soul was currently in his master, Feng Qingyang's body. If Xian was in danger, who knew what he would do to his master's soul? Bang! As soon as Xian dodged, Duan Lingtian's palm strike created a huge black hole where Xian was standing. It hovered in the air and did not close for a long time. Based on this, one could see how terrifying Duan Lingtian's attack was. Although the top powerhouses in the Devata realms and ordinary gods could create a black hole in space, it would not take long for the black hole to close. However, Duan Lingtian's attack did not affect the black hole at all. Even god kings did not have such a technique, let alone ordinary gods. He's really a divine emperor. Xian's expression changed drastically. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he looked as though he had seen a ghost. How? How did you do it? In less than 100 years, a brat who's not even a god has become a divine emperor? Xian felt as though his worldview had been turned upside down. He even thought he was lucky to be able to break through from an intermediate god king to an intermediate god emperor in less than 100 years. However, he knew what he had gone through. He had devoured all the powerhouses in the Dead Spirit clan. None of them had escaped. It could be said that he was the only member of the Dead Spirit race left in this world. Later on, he relied on devouring the Dead Spirit race's clansmen to break through to the low-level God Emperor realm. Then, he had a fortuitous encounter in the Dead Spirit world, and recently, he had broken through to the middle-level God Emperor realm. And now, he was starting a new life in the netherworld, occupying a mountain and calling himself king. Otherwise, Wu Hongqing, the main hall master of the title temple, would enter the netherworld and tell him that Feng Qingyang had come out of the Azura hell and had no intention of coming to the Devata realms for the time being. After all, back then, Feng Qingyang was only a primitive god king. He was shocked that Feng Qingyang had become a superior god king. Moreover, back then, Feng Qingyang was proficient in the laws of destruction. But today, the laws of time that Feng Qingyang displayed surpassed the laws of destruction that he had grasped in the past. Although he didn't know what had happened, he knew that Feng Qingyang must have had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura hell, and it must have been a great fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, Feng Qingyang would not have treated the Azura hell as his own backyard and come and go as he pleased. Even Xian, who had become a divine emperor, did not have the courage to enter the Azura hell. After all, there was no lack of divine emperors in the netherworld who had disappeared after entering the Azura hell. Xian had thought Feng Qingyang's achievements in just 100 years were shocking enough. However, He did not expect Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyang's disciple, would be even more shocking. Was Duan Lingtian really the same celestial emperor from decades ago? If it wasn't for the fact that he was a spirit body that mainly cultivated the soul and basically didn't have the concept of sleep and dreaming, he might have thought that he was dreaming. Master, I'll help you force Mi Xian's soul to retreat. While Mi Xian was still in shock, Duan Lingtian had already mobilized his soul energy and the law of space to attack Mi Xian. This time, he planned to use his soul energy to fuse with the laws of space to form a soul attack to injure Mi Xian's soul and help his master escape. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, Mi Xian activated his soul energy to form a protective barrier as though he had foreseen it. Whoosh! Although Duan Lingtian's soul was not as strong as Mi Xian's after all, the latter was a mid-level divine emperor. The laws of space contained within made Mi Xian's heart tremble. Even in the netherworld, not every divine emperor possessed such a level of Dharma laws. In fact, many mid-level divine emperors did not have such high attainments in the laws of space. Who can tell me what kind of monster this Duan Lingtian is? Not only did he become a divine emperor in less than 100 years, but he also comprehended the laws of space to such a level. Even Mi Xian had only comprehended the laws of space to the point of complete fusion of 3 profundities and was in the process of fusing 4 profundities. Duan Lingtian's attainments in the laws of space were several streets ahead of him. Bang! When their soul energies collided, Duan Lingtian felt his own soul tremble. Mi Xian's soul body also swayed. Mi Xian's sharp voice rang out. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect your laws of space to be so terrifying. However, even if my grasp of the laws of space is inferior to yours, my soul is at a higher level than yours. Moreover, I, Mi Xian, am a member of the Netherworld soul race and exist as a soul body. Although your soul attack is a threat to me, it's not strong enough to harm me. Also, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, I, Mi Xian, will drag Feng Qingyang down with me even if I have to die together with you. Mi Xian said. You dare. Duan Lingtian's calm expression changed. The soul attack just now had made him realize something. Even though he had the advantage in the laws of space, Mi Xian's soul attack was not inferior to his. You can try and see if I dare. Mi Xian sneered. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Do you think I, Mi Xian, am inferior to a dog? In my eyes, you really are inferior to a dog. Duan Lingtian said coldly, Mi Xian, leave my master's body. I won't kill you this time, but the next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Do you think I'll believe you? Mi Xian sneered. If you don't believe me, I'll go to the Netherworld and exterminate your Netherworld race. Duan Lingtian threatened in a low voice. However, Mi Xian froze when he heard Duan Lingtian's threat, then he couldn't help but laugh. Then I'm afraid you'll have made a wasted trip. I've already exterminated the Netherworld race. Millimeter, you can't say that I've exterminated them. After all, I'm still alive. The moment Mi Xian's words left his mouth, not only was Duan Lingtian stunned, but even Elder Hue, Meng Luo, and the others were stunned. From what Mi Xian said, he'd exterminated his own people. Otherwise, how do you think I broke through to become a divine emperor in such a short time? Mi Xian licked his lips as he spoke. Those people tasted so delicious. It's a pity I won't be able to taste them in the future. Duan Lingtian's expression instantly darkened. You won't even spare your own people. To me, they're both my people and nourishment. Mi Xian smiled brilliantly. At the same time, the smile on Mi Xian's face froze. Then, his face regained its calm and indifference. His sharp eyes also calmed. Little Tian. At this time, Feng Qingyang was clearly a different person. Duan Lingtian could not be more familiar with the aura he displayed now. Hearing Mi Xian's greeting and sensing the familiar aura on him, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with excitement. Master. To him, in this world, apart from his family and the women by his side, only this master was the most important person. Not only had he led the way for him, but he had also provided him with a lot of help. To him, Mi Xian was both a master and a father figure. Amazing. You've become a divine emperor in less than 100 years. Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Mi Xian won't dare to touch me lightly. If he really pushes me too far, he won't live for more than 1,000 years after I die. This is a matter between me and him. Let me settle it with him." With that, Feng Qingyang looked at Huolaro, Meng Luo, and the others. "Wait for me in the Celestial Emperor Palace with little Tian. Trust me, I'll be back soon." "Yes, Lord Heavenly Emperor," Huolaro and the others replied. They trusted Mi Xian unconditionally. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was still frowning. Alas, there was nothing he could do. If he was in his true body, he could continue fighting Mi Xian with his soul energy. However, since he was only a clone using the law of space, his soul energy was limited. Unlike the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms, his soul energy could not be replenished by absorbing heaven and earth spirit energy. Even if the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms was weak, it could still be replenished with time. His soul energy could only be replenished with his soul energy. He only had one soul, which was in his main body, and could only be in his main body. Little Tian. At this moment, Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "When I return, I'll listen to you tell me how you managed to break through to the divine monarch stage in such a short time." The cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is very good. Since your family is in the mundane realm, why don't you bring them here? With you here, as long as the spatial tunnel to and from the Devata realms is closed, no one in the Devata realms will be a threat to you. As for the powerhouses in the 7 deadliest lands, they're either not interested in the Devata realms or they're worried the supreme powerhouses will attack them if they see them invading their hometowns. Moreover, the cultivation environment in the Devata realms is not as good as where they came from. After Feng Qingyang was done explaining everything, his expression changed once more. His eyes turned cold, and his gaze turned sharp. At the same time, a sharp voice rang in the air again. "How long-winded? Are all of you humans so long-winded?" After Mi Xian finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before his clone left. During this entire process, Duan Lingtian could only look on helplessly as he left, and there was nothing he could do. "If my true body was here, I would have been able to kill him." At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt helpless and sullen in his heart. Chapter 3905. With this, Feng Qingyang left. To be more precise, Mi Xian, who was controlling Duan Lingtian's body, had left. Not only that, but Mi Xian had also taken Duan Lingtian's body and soul with him. Outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After Mi Xian's departure, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air in silence. Meng Luo, Huolaro, and the others did not dare to speak. However, at this moment, everyone, including Meng Luo and Elder Hue, were looking at the back of the purple figure with a fanatical expression. Their young master had become a divine emperor. The student had surpassed the master. Even their Lord Heavenly Emperor was only a god king. Even a high-rank god king was still a ways away from becoming a divine emperor. Huolaro, Senior Meng Luo. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he turned to look at Huolaro, Meng Luo, and the others. "Seniors, I'll leave the rebuilding of the heavenly palace to all of you." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Elder Hue, Meng Luo, and the others answered in unison. Their voices were filled with reverence. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was the only direct disciple of their Lord Heavenly Emperor. He was also their young palace master. Now that Duan Lingtian had revealed his strength as a divine emperor, it was only natural that they were even more respectful of him. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huolaro and the others watched on in awe and veneration as Duan Lingtian left. He went to the mundane realm. However, he did not show himself. He merely watched from afar and probed with his divine consciousness. After all, he was not in his true form. Although he was not in his true form, it would not affect him from reuniting with his family. However, after thinking about it for a while, he decided to wait for a while longer. He did not intend to accept his master, Feng Qingyang's, suggestion. Even if he waited, he would only have 300 years to reunite with his family. After 300 years, he would become even stronger. At that time, He would set up a safe place for his family in the Devata realm so they could cultivate without worry. Even if he brought his family to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, what if he had to abandon his law of space clone and form a new one because the realms of gods needed it? Only one law avatar could be formed. This was the law of heaven and earth, the iron law of heaven and earth. Previously, Duan Lingtian had thought about forming a law clone to return to the Devata realm or the mundane realm. However, for safety's sake, he decided to form a law of space clone. It was also fortunate that he had chosen the space law avatar. Otherwise, if it had been any other law avatar, his law avatar would have been destroyed when he encountered Mi Shen earlier, because other law avatars were no match for Mi Shen. Father, mother, Duan Lingtian had been hiding in the dark for many days. He could see his father, Duan Rufeng, and mother, Li Ru, cultivating, drinking tea, and chatting. Occasionally, his wife and children would visit them. Although the cultivation environment in the mundane realm was not the best, he had spent a lot of celestial stones and celestial crystals to set up a spirit-gathering formation here. Moreover, he had set up other formations to isolate the heaven and earth spirit energy on the island so that his family would not be disturbed. Although the formations could not isolate all humans and demon beasts, he was certain those who came close would not be a match for his family. There were many celestial kings and celestial lords in his family. To be more precise, there were even celestial emperors in his family. For example, Huan Er. Huan Er's life was the most mundane among Duan Lingtian's family. Apart from cultivating, she spent most of her time in a daze. Occasionally, Li Fei would visit her to chat. However, Huan Er seemed to be in a daze. Whenever Duan Lingtian saw this, he could not help but feel sorry for her. Soon, in 300 years at most, we'll be reunited. Even if they were reunited now, they would have to part ways once they were reunited. After all, it was impossible for his clone to stay here forever. At that time, they would have to go through another separation. It would be unfair to his family. I'll stay here and wait for them. Occasionally, I'll go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to check on the situation. I'll also have to make a trip to the realm where the title temple's main hall is located. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flashed with coldness. Previously, when his master, Feng Qingyang, regained control of his body, he had sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and told him that Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple's main hall, had something to do with Mi Shen's appearance. Once Wu Hongqing learned that Duan Lingtian had been possessed by Mi Shen, he would most likely return to the realm where the title temple's main hall was located. Previously, Duan Lingtian had failed to kill Wu Hongqing because Wu Hongqing's main body had escaped. Little Tian, make a trip to the realm where the title temple's main hall is. Wu Hongqing will definitely return after he learns that I've been possessed by Mi Shen. Of course, if Mi Shen tells Wu Hongqing about you, he won't return. However, I don't think Mi Shen will bring up your matter. First, he's afraid of embarrassing himself. Second, Mi Shen might not be happy with Wu Hongqing. Who knows, he might even try to take advantage of Wu Hongqing. If you can destroy Wu Hongqing, you should create a new hall master of the title temple. That way, you'll be able to control the title temple. The title temple has been in the Devata realms for many years. It's deeply rooted in the Devata realms. If you control it, it'll be able to do many things for you for at least 300 years before the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods is opened. Feng Qingyang sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, Feng Qingyang also sent a voice transmission to Hualaro, Meng Luo, and the others, telling them not to spread the news of Duan Lingtian's breakthrough to the Divine Emperor realm for the time being. For this reason, apart from those present on the scene, no one knew Duan Lingtian had become a Divine Emperor. The Title Temple. Wu Hongqing. Duan Lingtian clearly remembered how Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Title Temple, had colluded with Mi Shen and Yahiko in an attempt to steal his 5 divine elements. If it were not for the clear heaven's divine wood, not only would Mi Shen and Yahiko have succeeded, but he would have been killed as well. Duan Lingtian's eyes burned with rage when he thought about this. After leaving the solitary destructive heaven, Mi Shen felt more and more depressed. He had originally thought that his achievements in less than 100 years were already astonishing. He had even heard that there were many god-emperors in the netherworld who knew of his achievements. However, when he met Feng Qingyang after leaving the netherworld, he suffered a huge blow. Although Mi Shen's improvement was not as great as Mi Shen's, it was still very exaggerated. After all, 70 to 80% of the reason why Mi Shen's improvement was so great was because he had devoured the people from the Dead Soul clan. Those people had become his nourishment, allowing him to enter the Divine Emperor realm in such a short time. However, when his most hated enemy, Duan Lingtian, appeared, he discovered that Duan Lingtian's improvement was even more exaggerated than Feng Qingyang's. Duan Lingtian was only a celestial emperor a few decades ago. He had not even become a god. However, after a few decades, he was already a divine emperor. Although he was only a lesser god emperor, his strength was comparable to an intermediate god emperor. If Duan Lingtian were to fight with his life on the line, a mediocre divine emperor like him would most likely die. Damn it! How can this pair of master and disciple be so lucky? It's one thing for Feng Qingyang to be lucky, but Duan Lingtian is even luckier. I hate these children of destiny the most in my life. Once I've taken away Feng Qingyang's fortune, I'll kill him. Then, with this fortune, I'll continue to improve and kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't know how strong he'll be. Mi Shen began to plan his future. After a while, he recalled the reason he had left the netherworld. It was because of Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main hall of the title temple. Also, Wu Hongqing asked me to inform him of the good news after I succeed. With this thought in mind, Mi Shen sent a message to Wu Hongqing, who was in the solitary destructive heaven, to meet him somewhere in the solitary destructive heaven. When Wu Hongqing saw Mi Shen, his expression changed drastically. It was as though he was facing a great enemy. At the same time, he wanted to flee. He only stopped when Mi Shen spoke. Divine Emperor Mi Shen, you possessed Feng Qingyang? Wu Hongqing looked at Mi Shen as though he had seen a ghost. Although he knew Mi Shen was no weaker than Feng Qingyang since he had become a divine emperor, he did not expect Mi Shen to be so strong as to possess Feng Qingyang. It's a small matter. Mi Shen said nonchalantly, he's just a mere higher god king. Mi Shen, am a medium god emperor. Alright, the matter has been resolved. Wu Hongqing, you'll have one less problem to worry about. However, there's something I must tell you. Wu Hongqing's heart skipped a beat when he heard Mi Shen's words. What is it, Divine Emperor Mi Shen? Mi Shen said, this is what happened. Mi Shen said, although I managed to possess Feng Qingyang, it wasn't that smooth. Wu Hongqing nodded inwardly. He did not think Mi Shen was lying. After all, it was not easy to possess another person even if the difference in cultivation base was a whole realm. When Feng Qingyang was dying, he could have severely injured my soul. However, I agreed to a condition of his so he didn't destroy his own soul. Mi Shen continued to say, from now on, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will be under the control of Feng Qingyang's subordinates. The title temple is not allowed to interfere. This is what I promised Feng Qingyang. If I discover the title temple is still interfering with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I'll look for you. After Mi Shen finished speaking, he glanced at Wu Hongqing coldly before he left. Wu Hongqing's eyes glinted when he saw Mi Shen had left. Feng Qingyang was possessed by Mi Shen. Mi Shen is getting more and more terrifying. As for the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, it's just a small matter. Now, I can finally return and rebuild the title temple's main hall. Chapter 3906. Why did Mi Shen say he would protect the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven from now on? Why did he say Feng Qingyang made such a request before he died? He was worried Wu Hongqing would go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and discover that Duan Lingtian was not to be trifled with. Mi Shen and Wu Hongqing had always been using each other, they were not friends at all. This time, Mi Shen had wasted his time and effort while Wu Hongqing reaped the benefits of Mi Shen's hard work. If everything had gone smoothly, it would have been fine. For this reason, Mi Xian felt it was unfair. Wu Hongqing would not have it easy either. For this reason, Mi Xian had put on a show in front of Wu Hongqing so Wu Hongqing could return to the title temple with peace of mind. After all, Duan Lingtian would definitely look for Mi Xian in the future. I'm curious how Wu Hongqing met Duan Lingtian and witnessed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base as a divine emperor. Before Mi Xian entered the netherworld, he had been in a bad mood. Naturally, Feng Qingyang's words were not without Mi Xian's guidance. Mi Xian, you must have heard from Wu Hongqing that I've escaped from the Azura Hell, right? You attacked me in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, but Wu Hongqing hid in the dark. Moreover, you suffered a great loss. Are you really willing to accept this? Why don't you put on a show and lure Wu Hongqing back to the title temple's main temple? I've already sent a voice transmission to my disciple, Duan Lingtian, to remember to visit the title temple. I'm sure you don't have a close relationship with Wu Hongqing, right? You suffered a great loss at the hands of my disciple. Don't you want him to suffer a loss as well? You don't care about him, right? He's just a mere god king. I can kill him with just a finger. Even if he dies, it won't affect you at all. Just like that, Feng Qingyang conversed with Mi Xian. Every word he said struck a chord with Mi Xian. For this reason, Mi Xian was tempted. Then, he put it into action. Moreover, the lies that Mi Xian had spouted upon meeting Wu Hongqing hadn't been taught to him by Feng Qingyang. Instead, he had been the one to write and direct it. Hearing his words, even Feng Qingyang couldn't help but sigh. Mi Xian really wasn't a good person. It was self-taught. Even he might not be able to weave such a perfect lie. On the other hand, Wu Hongqing, who was directly involved in this matter, did not know anything about it. All he wanted to do was to return and rebuild the main hall of the title temple. Everyone who was killed by Feng Qingyang in the title temple. Wu Hongqing, will summon Mi Xian to deal with Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing quickly found a title temple's branch and returned to the title temple's main hall. Looking at the lifeless realm, Wu Hongqing's expression was gloomy, but soon it was replaced by a smile. Let bygones be bygones. Don't think about it. After all, that Feng Qingyang is already dead. There's no point in haggling over it. Next, I'll have to rebuild this place. However, it won't take much effort. Feng Qingyang only destroyed a few places when he killed those people. The damage to the main hall of the title temple was not as severe as the damage to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. For this reason, Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall, managed to rebuild the main hall of the title temple in less than half a month with the help of a dozen branch palaces. Meanwhile, Wu Hongqing did not remain idle. He began to select people from the various branch palaces to enter the main hall of the title temple. This time, he held a grand competition in the main hall of the title temple. The grand competition in the main hall was a gathering of powerhouses from the various branch palaces of the title temple. There were many titled celestial emperors who participated in the grand competition in the main hall of the title temple. As for ordinary celestial emperors and celestial lords, they participated in the grand competition in the main hall of the title temple. In the eyes of the people from the various branch palaces of the title temple, the main hall of the title temple was extremely sacred. It was difficult for them to even enter the main hall of the title temple. However, this time, they took the initiative to recruit people from outside the main hall of the title temple. The grand competition in the main hall would be held in the various branch palaces. Naturally, titled celestial emperors did not need to participate in the selection. They only needed to go to the main hall of the title temple. However, if they wanted to obtain a high position in the main hall, they would have to display their strength. Moreover, it was said that the main hall's powerhouses would test them during crucial moments. Very good. It seems like the branch palaces have quite a number of talented people after so many years. In the main hall of the title temple, Wu Hongqing smiled when he heard his subordinates report. It was as though he could already see the main hall of the title temple flourishing again. Lord Hallmaster, I heard that the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was damaged and is currently being rebuilt. Since you said Feng Qingyang is dead, should we, one of Wu Hongqing's confidants, a powerhouse from the main hall who was not present when Feng Qingyang arrived, looked at Wu Hongqing and gestured at his neck. Upon hearing this, the smile on Wu Hongqing's face froze. Then, he said indifferently, I know what to do. You don't have to worry about it. Also, without my permission, no one from the title temple is allowed to enter the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Otherwise, they'll be killed without mercy. As he spoke, Wu Hongqing's tone suddenly turned cold. The expressions of the people below changed slightly when they heard Wu Hongqing's words. Although they did not know why Wu Hongqing would say such a thing, they knew Feng Qingyang was dead. Was the solitary destructive heaven not a fish on the chopping board? However, they did not dare to question Wu Hongqing's words since they could sense the anger in Wu Hongqing's voice. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Wu Hongqing waved his hand. After the people below him left, his expression darkened slightly. Wu Hongqing did not dare to touch the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven when he thought about Mi Xian's threat. Naturally, he could not tell his subordinates that a powerhouse forbade him from touching the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If he did that, he would lose his reputation as the hall master of the title temple. After all, he was a god king. However, even if I can't touch the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, it doesn't mean others can't as well. Since Feng Qingyang is gone, only the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo, is still relatively strong. After the main hall competition ends, find a titled celestial emperor who's stronger than Meng Luo and bring him to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to compete for the position of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The competition for the position of the heavenly emperor has nothing to do with me or the title temple. As long as Mi Xian doesn't find out I'm the one who arranged for this, it'll be fine. Moreover, if Meng Luo and the others are willing to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, they can serve the new heavenly emperor. If they leave, they can't blame me for killing them. I'll make them pay for what happened to Feng Qingyang. I'll have to make arrangements for this. The more secretive, the better. With this thought in mind, Wu Hongqing began to come up with a plan. During the early stages of the title temple's main hall competition, many people participated in the title temple's branch palaces. As time passed, more and more people advanced to the next round while more and more people were eliminated. In just a blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this time, the various subhalls had also chosen their own representatives. They were personally led by the subhall masters to the main hall to participate in the last few tests of the main hall's competition. As long as one passed the first stage, one would be able to stay in the main hall and become a member of the main hall. The final stages would determine one's status in the main hall. I hope I'll be able to pass the first stage. If I can stay in the main hall, my status will skyrocket. Who would dare to look down on me when I return to the branch palaces in the future? Many people who had come to the main hall from the branch palaces said similar words. Their eyes were filled with hope and anticipation. The young people, in particular, were overjoyed. Among the group of young men and women who had just arrived in the main hall, there was a purple-clad young man who had a calm and indifferent expression on his face. The purple-clad young man was extraordinarily handsome and had an extraordinary aura. He attracted the attention of many young women and men in the surroundings. Some of them were looking at him with envy in their eyes. There was also a gaze that suddenly swept over him, carrying a strong sense of awe. This person was none other than Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of the title temple's branch palace. Zhuang Tianheng still could not forget what had happened some time ago. The purple-clad young man had appeared in front of him and suppressed him with just a lift of his hand. After all, he was one of the strongest among the godly beings. Even among the godly beings in the title temple, apart from Wu Hongqing and a few powerhouses in the main hall, no one was a match for him. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the branch palaces of the title temple. The branch palaces referred to the 81 branch palaces in the 81 Devata realms. Divine Emperor. After being suppressed by the purple-clad young man, Zhuang Tianheng discovered the purple-clad young man was a divine emperor, a powerhouse who was even stronger than godly kings. What shocked him the most was the purple-clad young man's identity. The purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. Due to the fact that he was in closed-door cultivation, he did not attend the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. The person who won the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses was not even 1,000 years old. In just a few decades, he had become a divine emperor. "Bring me to Wu Hongqing," Duan Lingtian said indifferently through voice transmission as he looked at Zhuang Tianheng when he saw Zhuang Tianheng looking at him. "Yes, my lord." Zhuang Tianheng hurriedly replied respectfully. At the same time, he bade farewell to one of the vice palace masters next to him and left with Duan Lingtian. Many people frowned when they saw Duan Lingtian leaving with Zhuang Tianheng. A young man said with a jealous expression on his face, "What's his relationship with Lord Palace Master? He hasn't appeared in public until recently. It said his enclosed-door cultivation. Don't tell me his Lord Palace Master's illegitimate son? Keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? At this moment." Chapter 3907. Lord Temple Master, Zhuang Tianheng, the Vice Palace Master of Zhu Mengtian's Vice Palace, requests an audience. The main hall competition had yet to begin. Wu Hongqing, the Palace Master of the main hall, was resting in his residence with his eyes closed. He was watching the floating image pearl in his hand. The floating image pearl was showing the battle between god-kings from the realms of gods. This was the accumulation of the title temple's strength and foundation. The title temple had a long history in the Devata realms, and it even had a strong foundation in the realms of gods. Some people even said the title temple was related to the supreme powerhouses. Otherwise, how could it have such a high status in the Devata realms? How could the supreme powerhouses from the Devata realms not have any thoughts about the title temple? Naturally, there were also people who said the supreme powerhouses did not care about such things. In the eyes of the supreme powerhouses, the title temple was only an ant in the Devata realms. It was just like when a child grew up and saw another child occupying the hillside where he used to play house and be the king, just like how he did back then. How could he go and join him? The difference between them was too great. Therefore, the supreme powerhouses did not care about the title temple at all. Very few people could confirm which of the two statements was true. However, there was one thing they were certain of. In the Devata realms, the title temple would not provoke the forces that were related to the supreme powerhouses. For example, the Chilean clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Eastern Dark Celestial sect in the Tiger Hill Heaven, and the Hidden Wind sect in the Wave Trace Heaven. These forces in the Devata realms were related to the supreme powerhouses. Zhuang Tianheng. Wu Hongqing opened his eyes and frowned slightly. "Didn't I say I won't see anyone before the main hall competition ends? What's wrong with Zhuang Tianheng?" Wu Hongqing's voice was slightly dark. "Lord Temple Master, he said he has something urgent to discuss with you." Wu Hongqing's frown deepened when he heard the voice. He said indifferently, "Tell him to wait for me in the front courtyard." "Yes." The person nodded and left. Zhuang Tianheng. Wu Hongqing got off the bed with a gloomy face and walked out of the room. He still didn't look good. If it was not for the fact that Zhuang Tianheng was one of the strongest powerhouses in the many sub-palaces in the Devata realms and the fact that he planned to transfer Zhuang Tianheng back to the main palace as a vice palace master, he would not have bothered with Zhuang Tianheng. Damn it. It's all because of that Feng Qingyang. If he didn't kill so many of my title temple's main hall's experts, I wouldn't have to compromise with a vice hall master. Wu Hongqing felt a burst of resentment in his heart, but when he thought about how Feng Qingyang was already dead, he felt that there was no need for him to argue with a dead person, and his expression gradually eased up. Soon, Wu Hongqing arrived at the front yard of his residence. His residence was located in the deepest part of the main hall of the title temple. It was a spacious residence. Even the front yard was huge. There was a man-made lake and a rockery beside the lake. There was a pavilion in front of the rockery. At this moment, Wu Hongqing saw Zhuang Tianheng standing outside the pavilion, looking in the direction he had appeared from. Kchem. However, Wu Hongqing's expression quickly changed. He discovered that behind Zhuang Tianheng, within the pavilion, there was a purple figure. This was the figure of a young man. He stood there with his back facing Zhuang Tianheng and Zhuang Tianheng. He even felt that this figure was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Where exactly have I seen this figure before? Wu Hongqing frowned slightly. However, his expression did not improve at all. Zhuang Tianheng greets Lord Palace Master. Zhuang Tianheng smiled and cupped his fists at Wu Hongqing when he saw Wu Hongqing. However, he did not bow at all. Wu Hongqing's expression darkened when he saw Zhuang Tianheng. Since when did Zhuang Tianheng disrespect him so much? He did not even know how to bow at all. However, he was not concerned about Zhuang Tianheng. Instead, he was concerned about the purple figure standing behind Zhuang Tianheng. Did this person come with Zhuang Tianheng? Who was he? Why did he find this person familiar? Zhuang Tianheng, did you bring him here? Wu Hongqing glanced at the purple figure in the pavilion again before looking at Zhuang Tianheng. He asked in a deep voice as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. How could Zhuang Tianheng be so impudent? Not only was he rude in front of him, he even brought someone even more rude. Just as Zhuang Tianheng turned his head to look at the purple figure had already turned around and interrupted Zhuang Tianheng at the same time. Palace Master Wu, we meet again. The purple-clothed youth turned around and looked at Wu Hongqing with a smile on his face. His eyes flickered with playfulness. Wu Hongqing, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as soon as the young man turned around. When he heard the young man's words, he instinctively asked in astonishment, Duan Lingtian? What? Palace Master Wu, we have not seen each other for a few decades. Do you not recognize me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. At this moment, Wu Hongqing finally regained his senses. He looked at Zhuang Tianheng with a bright smile on his face as he said, Palace Master Zhuang, I'm sorry for being narrow-minded earlier. I didn't expect you to be able to capture Duan Lingtian for the title temple. This is a great contribution. When I go to the realms of gods in the future, I'll consider handing the title temple over to you. Wu Hongqing's heart was filled with joy when he regained his senses. Duan Lingtian. This was a moving, peerless treasure. The 5 divine elements were in their higher forms, and they were all in his possession. Zhuang Tianheng was stunned when he heard Wu Hongqing's words. He looked at Wu Hongqing as though he was looking at an idiot. He had captured Duan Lingtian? What a joke! After all, Duan Lingtian was a divine emperor who could kill him with just a finger. Palace Master Wu. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took a step forward. At the same time, the divine energy in his body that he had been accumulating for a long time surged out. The spatial windstorm shook in the air before it transformed into an invisible energy that landed on Wu Hongqing's body. In an instant, a soft sound was heard. Wu Hongqing suddenly knelt on the ground. His knees heavily smashed into the ground, causing the ground to split apart. Wu Hongqing struggled to lift his head. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. The joy on his face disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by a look of disbelief. Was this really Duan Lingtian? Was this a joke? Was he dreaming? However, the intense pain in his feet and the pressure on his body made Wu Hongqing realize he was not dreaming. He tried his best to circulate the divine energy in his body, but it did not budge at all. That formless power was like a seal, sealing away all of his power. In fact, even comprehending the power of laws was extremely strenuous for him. I, Wu Hongqing, am a divine king expert. Even if Feng Qingyang has broken through and become a superior divine king, he can't possibly do this to me. Moreover, this divine energy is obviously not a divine king's. Suddenly, in Wu Hongqing's mind, a thought that almost scared him to death suddenly appeared. Could Duan Lingtian have broken through and become a divine emperor? How could this be? Wu Hongqing's current state of mind was similar to Mi Xian's from a year ago. They both found it impossible. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. However, the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. Palace Master Wu, if I was captured by Palace Master Zhuang, what would you do? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a playful smile as he looked at Wu Hongqing who knelt on the ground, and his eyes were filled with ridicule. Decades ago, Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian had forced him into a corner. If not for the help of the 5 divine elements, he would have died at their hands. His hatred for Wu Hongqing was no less than Mi Xian's. Duan Lingtian, you're a divine emperor now? Even now, Wu Hongqing still found it hard to believe that the kid from decades ago who hadn't even attained godhood had become a divine emperor in the blink of an eye. Decades had passed in the blink of an eye. How could this be? Can't you feel it, Palace Master Wu? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. How is this possible? Wu Hongqing's eyes were blank and dazed. There are many impossible things in this world. Duan Lingtian said coolly. Palace Master Wu, you and Mi Xian teamed up and almost killed me back then. You even tried to steal my belongings. I'm sure you didn't expect this day to come. Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically. Then, as if recalling something, he subconsciously glanced at Zhuang Tianheng. However, as soon as Zhuang Tianheng raised an eyebrow, Duan Lingtian waved his hand. A wave of soul vibration energy swept out along with a spatial storm before it shattered Wu Hongqing's soul. Wu Hongqing was dead. However, his corpse was intact and he died with his eyes wide open. Was he transmitting his voice to you? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. Yes, Zhuang Tianheng replied. Zhuang Tianheng hurriedly replied, he called out my name through voice transmission as if he wanted to tell me something. However, just as he called out my name, he was killed by you, Lord Lingtian. Zhuang Tianheng's tone was filled with reverence when he addressed Duan Lingtian as Lord Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhuang Tianheng deeply. After confirming that Wu Hongqing did not have time to tell Zhuang Tianheng that he possessed the 5 divine elements, he turned his attention back to Wu Hongqing's corpse. Then, in a flash, he entered Wu Hongqing's body. Following that, Wu Hongqing stood up. However, Wu Hongqing's aura was completely different from before. He seemed unfathomable. Lord Lingtian? Zhuang Tianheng's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Did Lord Lingtian possess Zhuang Tianheng's body? However, where was Lord Lingtian's body? Duan Lingtian seemed to have seen through Zhuang Tianheng's confusion. He said indifferently, I'm just a law clone now. You don't have to be so surprised. A law clone? Zhuang Tianheng's face paled. Just a law avatar was already powerful to such an extent. Chapter 3908. Zhuang Tianheng did not expect the Duan Lingtian in front of him was only a law clone. Now that he had seen Duan Lingtian's law clone enter Wu Hongqing's body and take control of his body and heard Duan Lingtian's words, he finally realized what had happened. For this reason, Zhuang Tianheng's respect for Duan Lingtian deepened. After all, Duan Lingtian could take his life in the blink of an eye. In his eyes, Wu Hongqing, the main hall master of the title temple and a god king, was a high and mighty figure. However, even he was powerless in front of Duan Lingtian, let alone Zhuang Tianheng. You better be prepared. I'll appear as Wu Hongqing on the day of the main hall's grand competition and appoint you as the new hall master of the main hall. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. Zhuang Tianheng's face flushed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he seemed to recall something and said worriedly, My lord, it's not a problem for you to appoint me as Wu Hongqing's successor. However, I'm afraid some people won't accept it. There are a few people who are stronger than me in the main hall. When Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang came, they weren't around. While most of the branch hall masters were still in the dark, Zhuang Tianheng had already found out the reason behind the destruction of the title temple's main hall. He also knew that many people had died during that incident. For this reason, Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall, decided to hold the grand competition. Don't worry, I'll deal with them. Don't worry, Duan Lingtian said. Zhuang Tianheng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left. As for Duan Lingtian, he returned to Wu Hongqing's residence under the guise of Wu Hongqing. Previously, he had already confirmed Wu Hongqing's residence with his divine consciousness. As the hall master of the main hall, Wu Hongqing's spatial ring is actually a self-destructing spatial ring. What a pity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought of Wu Hongqing's storage ring that had been reduced to powder after his death, and a wave of regret welled up in his heart. Even though he wasn't interested in the things in Wu Hongqing's spatial ring. However, it did not mean that it was useless to his family. Forget it. If there's anything I need, I'll just ask Zhuang Tianheng to help me look for it after he becomes the hall master of the main hall. In the next 300 years, the title temple will belong to me, Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt relieved. When Zhuang Tianheng returned, the group of people he brought with him couldn't help but look at him. When some of the youngsters only saw Zhuang Tianheng and didn't see Duan Lingtian, they couldn't help but frown and start whispering amongst themselves. Li Feng has already been accepted as a personal disciple by the temple master. Hearing their whispers, Zhuang Tianheng swept a glance at them and said unhurriedly, "Don't worry." Li Feng was Duan Lingtian's identity in Zhu Mengtian's branch of the title temple. He was still using his old alias. His surname was taken from his mother, Li Ru, and his name was taken from his father, Duan Rufeng. What? Li Feng has been accepted as a personal disciple by the temple master? How is he worthy? As soon as Zhuang Tianheng finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the people in Zhu Mengtian's branch of the title temple. This was especially true for the youngsters. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. The people from the other branches of the title temple arrived one after another. The people in the main hall had also arranged accommodations for them. Apart from Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of Zhu Mengtian's branch of the title temple, no one knew that the hall master of the main hall had died. Days passed one after another. Soon enough, the people from the other branches of the title temple had all arrived. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The grand competition of the main hall was about to begin. Lord Temple Master. When Duan Lingtian controlled Wu Hongqing's body and landed in the vast valley where the grand competition of the main hall would take place, the entire place was filled with awe and respect. The youngsters looked at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at the people present. When he used his divine consciousness, he could not help but sigh. The title temple has recruited so many geniuses. It's no wonder the title temple is so powerful. At this moment, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the title temple's strength. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the entire place fell silent. Although there were many people present, no one dared to speak. All of them were staring at Duan Lingtian. Naturally, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was the temple master of the main hall, Wu Hongqing. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally spoke. Originally, I was supposed to host the grand competition of the main hall. However, it just so happens that I've gained some insights in the past few days, so I decided to continue cultivating. For this reason, I'll let someone else host the grand competition of the main hall. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many people were disappointed. However, most of them expressed their understanding. After all, they could not afford to make any mistakes in their cultivation. The grand competition of the main hall will be hosted by Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of Zhu Mengtian's sub-hall. When Duan Lingtian said this, many people were not shocked. After all, Zhuang Tianheng was indeed qualified to host the grand competition of the main hall. However, when Duan Lingtian continued to speak, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Apart from that, in order to focus on cultivating, I'll step down from my position as the hall master of the main hall. From today onward, Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of Zhu Mengtian's sub-hall, will take over my position and become the hall master of the main hall. The moment these words left Duan Lingtian's mouth, the entire scene was in an uproar. What? Lord Hall Master is passing the position of Hall Master of the main hall to Zhuang Tianheng? Although Zhuang Tianheng is the strongest person in the sub-halls, there are many grand elders who are more experienced and stronger than him in the main hall, right? How can it be him? Why is it Zhuang Tianheng? Many people present on the scene voiced their doubts. Naturally, they only whispered among themselves. They did not dare to voice their doubts out loud for fear of angering the hall master. However, there were still people who stepped forward. The people who stepped forward were 3 of the 4 remaining higher deities in the title temple who were stronger than Zhuang Tianheng. 2 of them were middle-aged men, and the last one was a young man. Lord Hall Master, this isn't appropriate. One of the middle-aged men said hesitantly. Under normal circumstances, he should not refute the Hall Master's words in front of so many people. However, he had no choice but to say it now. Zhuang Tianheng was just a newly ascended higher deity. Who did he think he was? How could he be fit to be the main Hall Master and stand above them? Lord Hall Master, I think it's more appropriate for Elder Chu to take over the position of Hall Master. The other middle-aged man chimed in. As for the young man, although he did not say anything, based on his expression and gaze, it was clear he did not agree with Duan Lingtian's words. What? Do you have an opinion as well? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he glanced at the two higher deities before he shifted his gaze to the young man. His tone was calm and emotionless. Lord Hall Master. The young man who had not spoken earlier quickly replied to Duan Lingtian's question. Guardians, your opinion is similar to mine. Zhuang Tianheng is only a newly promoted higher deity. In terms of strength, he's not even comparable to the three of us, let alone Elder Chu. In terms of status, he's only a Hall Master of a sub-hall. Elder Chu is the first Vice Hall Master of the main hall. The young man was also one of the Vice Hall Masters of the main hall. At the same time, the people from the other sub-halls held their breaths as they looked at the Hall Master of the main hall and the three high-ranking officials of the main hall. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who broke the silence. If anyone wishes to change my mind, they must first have the strength to make me change my mind. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the three higher deities' expressions changed. At this moment, they even felt that the Hall Master in front of them had become extremely unfamiliar. Their Lord Hall Master should not be this kind of person. If their Lord Hall Master was this kind of person, even if they were dissatisfied, they would not have spoken out earlier. Boom! A loud explosion came from high up in the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, a gigantic palm print that seemed to be void came crashing down like a black cloud. It blotted out the sky and the sun and enveloped the three higher deities. The three higher deities, the two guardians and one Vice Hall Master of the main hall of the Title Temple, found themselves locked down by a powerful and invisible force. They could not even mobilize the divine energy in their bodies. In the next instant, before they could even react, the palm imprint in the sky had already come crashing down with a loud bang. Bang! With a loud bang, the void of the plane shattered, and a huge black hole appeared. It took a while before it gradually closed. Meanwhile, the three higher deity-level upper echelons of the main hall were reduced to nothingness in an instant. It was as if it had been vaporized. Just like that, three higher deities perished. Even though the group of people present regained their senses one after another, no one dared to make a sound. When they looked at the godlike man standing in the void again, their eyes were no longer filled with reverence, but also with fear. Why was the temple master of the main temple so violent and bloodthirsty? All they did was express a different opinion, and the three higher-ups of the Prime Palace, all of whom seemed to be gods, were all killed by him. Furthermore, how could he be so powerful? Killing the three gods was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Lord Hall Master, those branch hall masters who had been in contact with the main hall master Wu Hongqing in the past could not help but frown. They felt that the hall master in front of them had become a little unfamiliar. Their impression of the hall master should not be such a person. Hall master. Just as the various branch hall leaders present were feeling puzzled and the others were feeling frightened, an old and cold voice was already being emitted from the distance. In the blink of an eye, an elderly figure, Feng Shu, appeared not far away from Duan Lingtian. He stared at Duan Lingtian with a slightly unpleasant expression. What? Elder Chu, do you have a problem with that? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man in front of him calmly and asked in an indifferent tone. Chapter 3909. Hallmaster, don't you think you've gone too far? The old man glared at Duan Lingtian as he said with a dark expression, the three of them have served the Title Temple for many years. Even if you've disrespected them, you shouldn't have killed them. Moreover, do you think it's appropriate for a sub-hall master to become the main hall master? The old man asked in a deep voice. Elder Chu, do you have something to say about this? Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at the old man. Although his tone was still indifferent, his gaze revealed coldness. Me. The old man harumphed coldly. What? Wu Hongqing, are you planning to make a move on me? As his voice fell, a powerful aura swept out from the old man's body. In the blink of an eye, it caused the hearts of everyone present to palpitate, especially those of the younger generation with weaker cultivations. They were pressured by this aura to the point that their faces turned pale and they were unable to breathe. Elder Chu has broken through to the God King realm? Many of the sub-hall masters were shocked. Even Zhuang Tianheng, the sub-hall master of Zhu Mengtian's sub-hall master Zhuang Tianheng, was shocked. That old man has broken through to the God King realm? With his attainments in the laws of profundity, even Wu Hongqing might not be able to kill him now that he has broken through to the God King realm. His attainments in the laws of profundity are even higher than Wu Hongqing's. Chu Hui, the vice palace master of the title temple, was the person with the highest seniority in the title temple. In terms of seniority, he was Wu Hongqing's junior granduncle. Chu Hui's innate talent was ordinary, but his comprehension of the laws of profundities was outstanding. When he was a lesser god, he was said to be invincible below the higher god realm in the title temple. Not even an intermediate deity was a match for him. As soon as he became a higher god, he was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the God King realm in the title temple. Now that he had broken through to the God King realm, even if he was only a lesser God King, he would be able to fight against an intermediate God King. Moreover, in Chu Hui's opinion, Wu Hongqing might not have been an intermediate God King in the past. Of course, even if Wu Hongqing was an intermediate God King, it was almost impossible for him to kill Chu Hui, who had broken through to the God King realm. Elder Chu has broken through. Elder Chu has broken through to the Divine King realm. Even if he's only a lower Divine King, I'm afraid he'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a medium Divine King. Elder Chu is an expert in the law of destruction. Not only that, but his attainments in the law of destruction are unrivaled in the title temple. The hall masters of the various title temples sighed. There were even some people who whispered, I'm afraid that even the palace master might not be able to defeat Elder Chu. I wonder how the hall master will appear today. Will the hall master fight with Elder Chu? Of course, although these people were whispering, they also knew what could be said and what could not be said. If they felt that the hall master of the main hall was behaving inappropriately, they would not dare to say it out loud. They could only communicate with him telepathically. There were even people who hoped that Chu Hui would be able to defeat Wu Hongqing and take over the title temple as the new hall master of the title temple. Wu Hongqing's actions earlier had made them feel very uncomfortable. In fact, they did not feel safe at all. None of them wished for a tyrant to control their fates above them. This was not a good feeling at all. I didn't expect Elder Chu to have broken through to the God King realm. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man in front of him and smiled faintly. Elder Chu, is this why you're so confident? Chu Hui glared at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, Wu Hongqing, do you really think you're capable of killing me? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but I'm afraid you're not capable of killing me. Chu Hui sneered. Is that so? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face remained unchanged. However, in just a blink of an eye, the smile on his face disappeared. A hint of coldness could be seen in his eyes as he shouted, Vice Palace Master Chu Hui of the main palace has offended his superior. Not only did he disrespect the palace master, but he even tried to attack the palace master. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed it downward. The entire process was done in a casual manner. Deliberately mystifying things. Chu Hui released his divine energy. The tyrannical God King's divine energy merged with his law of destruction and erupted with a terrifying aura of destruction. Many of the expressions of the younger generation from the sub-halls changed drastically as they bled from their 7 orifices. Fortunately, the sub-hall master had acted in time so no one died. Otherwise, many of the younger generation would have perished just like that. Is this the aura of a God King? A God King is actually so powerful. Although I'm a demigod, I can't even muster the will to resist in front of this aura. As expected of a god king who's above the gods. He's too terrifying. At this moment, the sub-hall masters were looking at Chu Hui with reverence in their eyes. However, this reverence did not last long. This was because in the next instant, a faintly discernible giant palm suddenly appeared above Chu Hui's head and slammed down on him. However, Chu Hui did not seem to notice it at all. Bang! A loud sound rang in the air as the giant palm slammed down on Chu Hui, sending him crashing into the ground. At the same time, a bottomless palm print appeared on the ground. At the same time, a cloud of dust rose into the air. When the dust settled, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a bottomless abyss that was shaped like a palm print. The sub-hall master's strength is actually so powerful. Vice Hall Master Chu has broken through to the God King realm. Even if he's only a lesser God King, with his attainments in the law of destruction, he should be able to fight against an intermediate God King. However, he's completely powerless in front of the sub-hall master. Did Vice Hall Master Chu get careless? Did Vice Hall Master Chu die? The people from the sub-halls of the Title Temple were dumbfounded as they stared at the bottomless abyss in front of them. However, the sub-hall masters were communicating through voice transmissions. They could hear the fear in each other's voices. Although they knew that the main hall master, Wu Hongqing, was extremely powerful, they did not expect him to be this powerful. A person who could fight against an intermediate god king was actually sent crashing into the ground with a single slap. No one knew if Chu Hui was dead or alive. Throughout the entire process, Chu Hui did not even have the strength to resist. Come out. I haven't killed him yet. Duan Lingtian spoke at this time. At the same time, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Based on what the main hall master said, if he had killed Chu Hui earlier, Vice Hall Master Chu would have died. Bang! A loud sound rang from the bottom of the abyss. Following that, a figure shot up to the sky at lightning speed. However, he was in a wretched state. His robes were tattered, and his face was covered in dust. After Chu Hui came out, he stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "You're not Wu Hongqing." "I'm not Wu Hongqing." Duan Lingtian laughed. "What's wrong? Vice Hall Master Chu, are you saying that I'm not Wu Hongqing because you don't think that you're a match for me? You need someone to believe what you're saying." Duan Lingtian continued to laugh. "Wu Hongqing isn't as strong as you are." Chu Hui's eyes turned cold as he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Did you possess Wu Hongqing? You think you're stronger than Wu Hongqing just because you possess him?" Duan Lingtian continued to laugh. "Do you really think that you'll possess the same cultivation base and strength as before you possess him?" Upon hearing the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Chu Huyi, the palace masters of the various palace halls present on the scene shook their heads one after another. "Vice Palace Master Chu, it seems like you find it difficult to accept this fact." "That's right. Based on what Vice Hall Master Chu said, it's obvious that he doesn't need to fear Hall Master Chu anymore since he has broken through to the God King realm. However, he didn't expect Hall Master Chu to be stronger than him. Although these branch palace masters were whispering, Chu Hui could still hear them clearly. He was so angry that his expression was especially ugly. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. "Who the hell are you?" This time, Chu Hui asked Duan Lingtian telepathically. "You don't need to know." Duan Lingtian replied telepathically. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian waved his hand again and killed Chu Hui in front of everyone. The reason why Duan Lingtian didn't kill Chu Hui earlier and only killed him now was because he didn't want to kill Chu Hui too early. To the people present, this would serve as a greater deterrent. As expected, after Duan Lingtian killed Chu Hui, the whole place fell silent. Now, does anyone still have any objections to my decision? After killing 3 higher deities and a lesser deity king, Duan Lingtian looked around and asked in an indifferent tone. No one said anything. Even if some people were still dissatisfied, they didn't dare to refute, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of the previous 4. Those 4 were all top-notch existences in the main hall. Yet, they were all killed by this main hall master just because of a few words. They didn't think that the other party would show them any mercy. It seems like no one has any objections. Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Since that's the case, Zhuang Tianheng will be the host of the main hall tournament. From today onwards, Zhuang Tianheng will be the main hall master. As for me, I will start cultivating in seclusion. At this point, he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. If anyone tries to make things difficult for you or goes against you, you can wake me up and let me come out of seclusion if you can't deal with it yourself. I will help you deal with it. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his tone was extremely cold. At the same time, he glanced at the various branch hall masters and some of the higher-ups in the main hall, making them completely forget about making things difficult for Zhuang Tianheng, the new hall master, in the future. Zhuang Tianheng understands. Thank you for your trust, Lord Hall Master. At this moment, Zhuang Tianheng stood up and thanked Duan Lingtian as he accepted the order. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Then, with a sway of his body, he disappeared. As for the main hall tournament, he was not interested in watching it at all. Currently, he was in a hurry to make a trip to the Title Temple's main hall's treasure vault to retrieve some items that would be helpful to his family. Chapter 39:10. Duan Lingtian had come to the Title Temple to kill Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the main hall, and secretly take control of the Title Temple. One of the reasons was due to his master, Feng Qingyang. Another reason was that he felt there were only benefits to be had. As the strongest force in the Devata realms, the Title Temple had a terrifying amount of resources. Although Duan Lingtian had become a divine emperor, he did not dare to claim he had the same influence as the Title Temple in the Devata realms. After all, it took time to accumulate a foundation. It was not enough to rely on one's strength alone. It's better if I don't show myself so they won't feel sad. I'll just disguise myself as someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and deliver the items to them. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he thought about his family. Although he felt it was a pity that he could not reunite with his family, he did not regret coming back. After all, he had already met all of his family members. It was just that his family members did not know he had returned. If her family knew that she was back, they would enjoy a moment of joy and then have to go through separation. After all, he had only returned with his clone. Duan Lingtian no longer paid attention to the grand competition of the main hall. He was confident Zhuang Tianheng, the new palace master of the main hall of the Title Temple, would be able to take care of the situation. What happened next was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Duan Lingtian had controlled Wu Hongqing's body to kill 3 higher gods and a primitive god king during the grand competition in the main hall. His actions had shocked everyone in the Title Temple's main hall and its sub-palaces. Although many people thought Duan Lingtian was a bloodthirsty person, they did not dare to offend him. However, none of them dared to say anything. After all, Duan Lingtian was not only the palace master of the main hall of the Title Temple, but he was also the strongest person in the Title Temple. Even if he was no longer a palace master, he would still be like the retired emperor. Only a fool would dare to offend such a person. Currently, many of the vice palace masters were planning to complain to their seniors in the Title Temple about Wu Hongqing's atrocities when the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods was reopened 300 years later. They wanted to ask the seniors in the Title Temple to punish Wu Hongqing. Until then, all of them planned to be obedient. Duan Lingtian was unaware of all these things. Even if he knew, he would not care. What happened to Wu Hongqing? He was not Wu Hongqing. Even if the Title Temple in the realms of the realms of the realm of the realms of gods, the Title Temple would not be blamed. Therefore, if he exposed, he would be in the palace's hall. Duan blamed betrayals blamed the temple of gods would. There was, the heavens realm of the gods. Blame to sect. SS, the of gods. At that time, Zhuang Tianheng would be the best candidate to take over the Title Temple. Those who were qualified or suitable to take over the Title Temple would have been killed by Wu Hongqing. To be more precise, they were killed by Duan Lingtian, who had impersonated Wu Hongqing. After the main palace's grand competition had ended, Duan Lingtian managed to obtain many cultivation resources with Zhuang Tianheng's help. All of them were cultivation resources that were beneficial to his family. Although Zhuang Tianheng was puzzled why Duan Lingtian wanted these cultivation resources that were useless to him, he did not ask any questions. Instead, he agreed to Duan Lingtian's request. I won't interfere with the title temple's matters. At most, I'll ask you for some cultivation resources so you can do whatever you want. Therefore, there's no need for you to feel pressured as the palace master of the main hall of the title temple. After 300 years, even if the title temple sends powerhouses from the realms of gods, they'll only punish Wu Hongqing. They won't make things difficult for you. At that time, they will discover that Wu Hongqing has died. Before that happens, I'll publicly announce that I've entered the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I'll also announce that I know some of Feng Qingyang's secrets. Duan Lingtian had already thought of many things and made arrangements for Zhuang Tianheng. Zhuang Tianheng's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He was worried he would become Duan Lingtian's puppet. Based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian did not intend to fully control him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had even prepared a backup plan for him. Lord Lingtian, if you have any requests in the future, I'll do my best to fulfill them, Zhuang Tianheng said confidently. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since he had obtained the cultivation resources, he did not linger in the main hall of the Devata realm. After he left, he went to the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian's family was. Then, he donned a long black robe. His aura from the law of life was circulating around his body, making him look like a powerhouse who specialized in the law of life. Swoosh. When Duan Lingtian arrived at his family's residence, he did not look for Li Fei and Huan since they were too familiar with him. Even if he disguised himself, they would still recognize him. You're the young palace master's parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Ru? Duan Lingtian appeared in the small valley where Duan Rufeng and Li Ru lived. At this moment, Duan Rufeng and Li Ru were drinking tea and playing chess in the courtyard. They were playing the Chinese chess that Duan Lingtian had taught them. Duan Rufeng and Li Ru did not notice the black-clad man who had suddenly appeared. They only regained their senses when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice, and their expressions changed drastically. Before they could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian had already casually tossed the spatial ring that he had prepared in advance onto the chessboard on the table in front of Duan Yufeng and his wife. The young palace master gave me the items in this ring before he left. He asked me to give them to you at this time. Now that my mission is complete, I'll take my leave. Duan Lingtian pretended to have a hoarse voice. There was no trace of his original voice at all. Moreover, as soon as he finished speaking, he floated away. When he left, the life aura swept through the small valley. At once, the flowers and trees in the small valley began to grow madly. They only stopped growing strangely when the life aura disappeared. At this moment, Duan Rufeng and Huan finally regained their senses. They looked at the spatial ring in front of them and the flowers, plants, and trees that were growing wildly in the small valley. When they looked at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. After a while, Duan Rufeng claimed ownership of the spatial ring. He looked inside and sighed. Tian'er, you've done a great job. I feel like I'm useless as a father. Brother Feng, everyone has their own destiny. Tian'er is our son, and we should all be happy for him to have such a destiny. Li Ru smiled and said, moreover, Tian'er won't think we're useless. Of course, I know that. I'm just a little emotional. Duan Rufeng shook his head. Although Duan Rufeng and Huan were shocked by the sudden appearance and disappearance of the black-clad man, they were relieved when they figured out the black-clad man was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The fact that Tian'er arranged for these cultivation resources to be delivered at this time shows how much he trusts the black-clad man. However, I've never seen this black-clad man in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Li Ru speculated. Perhaps, he's hiding in the dark. Perhaps, he's protecting us from the dark. Duan Rufeng said. Unbeknownst to the duo, their conversation had been overheard by the black-clad man who was hiding in the dark. After a long while, the black-clad man finally left. I have to make the best use of my time to improve my strength. If I encounter any bottlenecks, I'll have to enter the Emperor Battle Realm to train. It'll be beneficial to my cultivation and comprehension of profundities. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he left the mundane realm and made his way to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Currently, his true body was cultivating in the Tianlong clan's residence in the Tunglung province in the mystic Handle land in the realms of gods. At the same time, he was refining supreme divine pills. He had also refined and delivered the divine pills he had promised Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. Apart from cultivating, he spent his time comprehending the law of space. There was no time in cultivating. Similarly, there was no time in comprehending the law of space. In just a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Master hasn't returned yet. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian had just returned from the mundane realm. He could not help but frown when he learned that his master, Feng Qingyang, had not returned yet. It's been 10 years. Master still hasn't gotten rid of Mi Xian? If it were not for Feng Qingyang's soul orb, Duan Lingtian would have charged into the netherworld to seek revenge for his master. During these 10 years, he had spent most of his time in the mundane realm, protecting his family with his clone. Although it was unlikely that his family would be in danger in the mundane realm, he felt more at ease. During these 10 years, Duan Lingtian would often return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to see if his master, Feng Qingyang, had returned. 10 years had passed, but his master had yet to return. Now that I've reached a bottleneck in my comprehension of the law of space, it's time for me to enter the divine royal battlefield in the Emperor Battle Realm again. However, for safety's sake, I'll have to form a clone using the law of space in the realms of gods. Otherwise, if I encounter the Earth Nether Elder of the Supreme Sect and fail to kill him even after using all my trump cards, it'll be a disaster for me if he finds out about my trump card. My clone using the law of space will be a great help to me. While Duan Lingtian was deep in thought, Duan Lingtian's main body in the realms of gods finally woke up from his cultivation and began to form his clone using the law of space. At the same time, his clone using the law of space in the Devata realm began to dissipate as well. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had already made all the necessary arrangements before the law clone was destroyed, so there was no need for him to worry about the consequences. Moreover, if he wanted to, he would be able to find a second divine void-piercing shuttle and send his clone back to the Devata realm. I hope my master has returned safely by then. Duan Lingtian sighed. His mind wandered for a while before he finally calmed down and formed a new clone from the law of space. Chapter 39:11. This was Duan Lingtian's third time forming a clone using the law of space. He was more familiar with the process and it did not take long for him to successfully form his clone. At the same time, the other space law clone in the lower secondary plane was completely annihilated and no longer existed. A person could only form one clone using the same law of space. After successfully forming his clone, Duan Lingtian finally felt relieved. At the same time, he planned to enter the Emperor Battle Realm in a few more days. In just a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Duan Lingtian came out from the Emperor Battle Realm. 10 years was not a long time for people in the realms of gods. It was just a blink of an eye. This was because many experts would cultivate in seclusion for hundreds of years or even thousands of years. It was not impossible for those who cultivated in seclusion for more than 1,000 years. This was because after becoming a god king, one would have to face a heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years. Even godly venerables who were half a step away from becoming a supreme expert were no exception. As for whether supreme experts would have to face a heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years, very few people knew. Most likely, only the utmost powerful beings and those close to them would know about it. It's been 10 years. That Duan Lingtian is still holed up in Shui Haichuan's residence. For the Sky Dragon sect's vice-sect master, Shui Mingji, these 10 years could be said to be very torturous. Even before this, he never thought that he would have such a torturous time. This was because a lesser divine emperor who had just become a divine emperor not long ago. He was tormented because Duan Lingtian's growth was too fast. He was worried that if Duan Lingtian continued to grow, the two middle-level divine emperors he had arranged for him would not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Secondly, the two divine emperors he had arranged for Duan Lingtian had entered the emperor battle realm several times. Although they had returned safely, who knew if one of them would be unlucky enough to encounter the Supreme Sect's elder Di Ming and be killed? The risk was too great. For this reason, he had been tormented for the past 10 years. In fact, this was not the first time Xue Mingji had been tormenting himself like this. He had lost count of how many times he had been tormenting himself. However, this time, the chanting seemed to have an effect. Not long after, Xue Mingji received a message: "Lord, Duan Lingtian has left Xue Haichuan's residence alone and is heading towards the entrance of the Emperor Battle Plain. It seems like he wants to enter the Emperor Battle Plain. Xue Haichuan is still cultivating in seclusion." This message was sent by the person he had arranged to monitor the vicinity of Xue Haichuan's residence for the past 10 years. Because this person was now in charge of patrolling the area, even if Xue Haichuan found him nearby, he would not be suspicious. Moreover, Xue Haichuan would never have thought that in order to kill Duan Lingtian, Xue Mingji would actually find two mid-level godly emperors to sacrifice their lives. That was a very high price to pay. Good, very good. After receiving the message, Xue Mingji's eyes lit up. At the same time, he took out a soul bead and sent another message: "Duan Lingtian is heading towards the entrance of the Emperor Battle Plain alone. Tell them to prepare and wait for an opportunity to strike." "Ha ha. Congratulations." The other party replied, "You're about to get what you want." "Let's hope so," Xue Mingji said. Before there was a result, he could not be 100% optimistic for the time being. He only felt that he had seen the dawn of hope. "I know that the death of those godly emperors in the Emperor Battle Plain has a great impact on you. However, they are just incidental death warriors sent to you. They have no value at all." The other side sent another message with a smile: "Don't forget, these two godly emperors entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Plain twice. Not only were they not seriously injured, but they also killed several Greater One Sect's godly emperor disciples. Among them, there was also an inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect. Even if the Greater One Sect's elder Di Ming acted alone, he might not be able to kill the two of them." From the other side's words, it was clear that he was full of confidence in the two godly emperors. Hearing this, Xue Mingji replied bluntly, "I don't care how strong they are. What I care about is whether they can succeed." He had paid a great price to buy the two godly emperors. Death, they would definitely die. It just depended on whether their deaths were worth it. If he could successfully achieve his goal, even if the price was a little high, he would accept it. This was his choice. But if he could not achieve it, he would suffer a great loss. The risk would be borne by him alone. After all, he did not hire an assassin. The price of hiring an assassin to kill in the Tianlong clan was even greater. Perhaps the price of an ordinary godly emperor assassin would be higher than the value of the two godly emperors added together. Assassins were not only strong, but also flexible. As for godly emperors, they only had their master's orders in their hearts. They would do whatever their master told them to do. Their thinking was fixed and would not be flexible. "It's just a lower godly emperor. Don't worry," the other side said casually, "unless the target is already a middle godly emperor. Otherwise, under the joint attack of those two, he will definitely die." Millimeter hearing the other party's words, Xue Mingji relaxed a lot. Middle godly emperor? He did not think that Duan Lingtian could break through and become a middle godly emperor in just 10 years. Because, even the proud sons of heaven of those godly venerable level forces would not be able to break through twice from the high godly king realm to the middle godly emperor realm in just 10 years. The path of cultivation was more difficult the higher one went. The cultivation of a godly emperor was 10 times more difficult than that of a godly king. Even if one had more cultivation resources, such as divine pills and divine fruits, it would still take time to accumulate them. Therefore, he concluded that no matter how monstrous and heaven-defying Duan Lingtian was, it was impossible for him to enter the middle godly king realm in such a short time. In reality, Duan Lingtian had indeed not entered the middle godly emperor realm. In fact, even though he had consumed many divine pills, and there was no lack of peak emperor-level divine pills, his current cultivation was not only not in the middle godly emperor realm, it was even quite far away from the middle godly emperor realm. After leaving Xue Haichuan's residence, Duan Lingtian flew towards the canyon where the entrance to the emperor battle plain was located. From the beginning to the end, he did not tell Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian about this. In his opinion, if he told the two of them rashly, perhaps the one of them who was free would follow him in. If that happened, his planned training would definitely be affected. My current cultivation has reached a bottleneck. This bottleneck is no longer a problem of the accumulation of divine power, but a problem of the flow of divine power. After I entered the godly emperor realm, I rarely fought with others. If I want to increase the flow of divine power, fighting with others is the best choice. If it's a life and death battle, the effect will be even better. And my laws of space. The bottleneck I've encountered recently is rather large. Even the divinity of the sovereigns no longer appears in my dreams to guide me. Although Duan Lingtian was anxious about his current situation, he also knew that it was useless to be anxious. He had to overcome it one by one. The problem of the flow of divine power could definitely be solved in the Emperor Battle Plane's godly Emperor battlefield. As for the laws of space, perhaps he could solve it in the godly Emperor battlefield as well. If he couldn't solve it, it wouldn't be too late to think of other methods. He could completely enter the middle godly Emperor realm first before considering a breakthrough in the laws of space. The laws of space I've comprehended are already faintly stronger than the laws that Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, and some of the weaker elders of the Black Dragons are proficient in. It's enough for now. The most important thing right now is to make a breakthrough in my cultivation. To Duan Lingtian, making a breakthrough in his cultivation required no delay. Sometimes, he even wondered if the bottleneck in the laws of space had something to do with his stagnant cultivation base. This was because he had read all kinds of books in the mystic Handleland in the realms of gods. Whether it was in the history of Tunglung province or the various regions outside of Tunglung province, there had never been anyone who comprehended the laws of space as powerful as he did when he was just a lower stage godly emperor. Up ahead is the cultivation ground of the Emperor Battle Clan. Over the years, the number of people here has been increasing, but many people have perished in the Emperor Battle Realm. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm, the first thing that entered Duan Lingtian's eyes was a hilly area made up of small valleys. There were many people hovering in the air above them. Some were sparring, some were chatting, and some were having fun. Some were playing games unique to Tunglung province. Some were even betting with divine crystals. These people who joined the Tianlong clan for the Emperor Battle Realm are pretty optimistic. However, since they decided to enter the Emperor Battle Realm, it means they have already accepted death. It's normal for them to be so calm. If one wanted to reach the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm, one would have to cross this area. In the past, when Duan Lingtian, Xue Haichuan, and Dongfang Yannian came here together, they had also passed by this area. Kchem! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian heard a light noise coming from afar. Moreover, the noise was getting closer and closer. He raised his head and looked over. He saw a young man and a middle-aged man fighting fiercely, and they had attracted quite a few people's attention. This was also the only sparring match between middle-level divine emperors in the cultivation grounds of the Emperor War sect. Bang! 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 When Duan Lingtian heard the noise, he saw the two figures moving closer and further away. However, they were still moving in his direction. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he instinctively came to a halt and looked over. A battle between middle-stage godly emperors would give him a certain amount of inspiration. Especially since it was just a battle. It's them. When the two people fighting got closer, Duan Lingtian recognized them. They were the two middle-stage godly emperors who joined the Tianlong clan on the same day that Dongfang Yannian had mentioned. Boom! There was a loud noise. The two people launched a huge wave of attacks. When their attacks collided, both of them were sent flying. One of them was sent flying into the distance. The other person was sent flying in the direction of Duan Lingtian and the people around him. Chapter 39:12. When Duan Lingtian and the others in the surroundings saw one of the people in the battle flying toward them due to the remnant force of the battle, all of them instinctively dodged. Of course, they did not move too far away. Even Duan Lingtian did the same. I'm afraid that the strength of these two people is even stronger than an ordinary inner sect elder. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the middle-aged man who was not far away. Not far away, the cold-faced middle-aged man stared at the similarly cold-faced young man and shouted in a deep voice, again, "Okay." Hearing this, the young man with a cold face shook his body. He seemed to have turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the middle-aged man. After a while, he was not far away from the middle-aged man. At this time, the middle-aged man also moved. Boom! A powerful divine power swept out from the middle-aged man. It was infused with the profound meaning of the law. It spread out like a tornado and wreaked havoc in all directions. Those with weaker cultivations who were closer were blown away by this gust of wind. Those with higher cultivation bases also took a few steps back. Only a few divine emperors like Duan Lingtian were not affected. However, the middle-aged man's next move and the young man's next move stunned the divine emperors, including Duan Lingtian. Bang! Bang! Along with two earth-shattering explosions, whether it was the middle-aged man or the young man, both of them turned around and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. They did not use any divine weapons in the fight. At this moment, one of them took out an upper-grade divine saber and the other took out an upper-grade divine sword and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Their gazes were firm and they did not hesitate in the slightest from beginning to end. Their movements were as smooth as flowing water, as if they had rehearsed this scene many times. They want to kill me. Duan Lingtian was the first to regain his senses. He felt goosebumps on his scalp as he tried to use the teleportation profundity to escape. However, he discovered the middle-aged man was skilled in the law of space as well. He had disrupted the space around him, making it impossible for him to use the teleportation profundity. I'm afraid these two fellows have long planned this. They are here to kill me. At this moment, if Duan Lingtian still did not realize this, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. These two middle-level god emperors had entered the Tianlong clan on the same day. Now, they were trying to kill him in the Tianlong clan. It was obvious that they were prepared to die. Last time, when they glanced at me, I thought it was because they were looking at Brother Yannian and me. After all, Brother Yannian was the one who personally brought that young man to the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation ground. Now it seems that they were looking at me. Right now, Duan Lingtian couldn't teleport. Even if he had 99 heavenly veins, it would be too late to use his divine power to dodge. Moreover, his opponent's attack could still change direction. It happened so suddenly that even the Black Dragon Elder and the Golden Dragon Elder needed time to react. I won't wait for them. I'll take care of those who want to kill me myself. Duan Lingtian's gaze suddenly turned cold. Although his cultivation hadn't improved much in the past 10 years, his comprehension of the law of space had improved. Now, he could even more perfectly manifest the law of space. If a god emperor didn't show up, no one would be able to tell. And the Tianlong clan clearly didn't have a god emperor. What's going on? Heavens! Are they trying to kill him? They're trying to kill him. At the same time, the few low-level god emperors nearby showed no intention of helping Duan Lingtian. Instead, they all retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire if the two middle-level god emperors attacked Duan Lingtian. They were all low-level god emperors who had joined the Tianlong clan during the War of Emperors. They had never seen Duan Lingtian before, so it was normal that they didn't recognize him. Whoosh! The young man with a cold expression slashed out with his sword, causing the air to tremble. The sword ray that was like a meteor pierced through the air and headed straight for the space between Duan Lingtian's eyebrows. Moreover, it extended an aura that locked onto Duan Lingtian. Buzz! The middle-aged man swung his saber. Several spatial saber lights whizzed out, causing the space around Duan Lingtian to sway. At the same time, the saber lights gathered and turned into a saber light prison, trapping Duan Lingtian inside. The two middle-level god emperors were originally exchanging pointers. But in the blink of an eye, they changed their target and attacked Duan Lingtian. That's Duan Lingtian. I saw him in Peace City in the Emperor Battle Realm. 2 middle-level god emperors from the Emperor Battle sect want to kill Duan Lingtian? Are they crazy? Not only is the Black Dragon Elder here, but the Golden Dragon Elder is here too. At the same time, the people from the Emperor Battle sect who had retreated a long time ago regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically. Obviously, they did not expect the situation to change so drastically in the blink of an eye. It was not an exaggeration to say that this change was earth-shattering. Duan Lingtian is only a low-level god emperor. I'm afraid he's going to be killed. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. Who are these two people? Why would they risk their lives to kill Duan Lingtian in the Qianlong clan? They're using their lives to exchange for Duan Lingtian's life. 2 middle-level god emperors using their lives to exchange for Duan Lingtian's life, a low-level god emperor. It sounds like a losing trade, but it's actually a great profit. Many of the people from the Emperor Battle sect who had regained their senses had the same thought. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian, who was imprisoned by the Saberlight prison, faced the young man's sword that seemed to have gathered all his strength into a single point. It was aimed at the spot between Duan Lingtian's eyebrows. It was obvious that the young man wanted to kill him with one strike. Die. The middle-aged man roared. The Saberlight continued to wreak havoc as it surrounded Duan Lingtian. At the same time, 2 furious roars rang out as Duan Lingtian was attacked from both sides. They spread to half of the Qianlong clan. Stop. You're courting death. One of the voices belonged to the Black Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the cultivation area of the Emperor Battle sect. The other voice belonged to the Golden Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm. They had not paid much attention to the fight between the 2 middle-level god emperors. They had only scanned the area with their divine senses and did not find anything out of the ordinary. Moreover, the two of them had often sparred with each other in recent years, and there had been no problems. Because of this, neither the Black Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the cultivation area of the Emperor Battle sect, nor the Golden Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm, had expected the two of them to suddenly change their target and attack Duan Lingtian, who had just passed by the cultivation area of the Emperor Battle sect. When Duan Lingtian had arrived, they had already noticed him. They had even paid attention to him for a while before shifting their attention away. After all, they had to patrol the surrounding area. It was impossible for them to keep their attention on Duan Lingtian. Even though Duan Lingtian was outstanding, they were still curious about Duan Lingtian. However, they did not expect that not long after their attention was diverted, the 2 medium divine emperors who were originally sparring would suddenly attack Duan Lingtian. Everything happened so quickly that they did not even have time to react. The Golden Dragon Elder was further away. However, because he was stronger than the Black Dragon Elder, he reacted at the same time as the Black Dragon Elder. Bang! Boom! Then, the two of them attacked almost at the same time. 2 overbearing forces pierced through the air. The Golden Dragon Elder's technique fell from the sky. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun. Then, it condensed into 2 rays of sword light that shot toward the 2 people who had attacked Duan Lingtian. At this moment, although they had attacked at the same time, there was a hint of reluctance in their eyes. This was because they felt that it was too late. Although they had reacted quickly, they were still too late. Even if they managed to kill the two of them would be able to kill Duan Lingtian before their attacks landed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder could react and attack, Duan Lingtian's divine power had already burst out of his body. The Space Law Ultimacy followed him like a shadow. A high-grade divine sword also appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the shadow of an armor appeared. It was a medium-grade divine weapon that Duan Lingtian had activated. Although it could not block the attacks of the 2 people in front of him, it was enough to slow them down. Control. Then, when the sword and saber were about to hit him, Duan Lingtian had a thought in his mind. Suddenly, the space around his body started to vibrate violently. Space was pulsating so quickly that even the Golden Dragon Elder, who was paying close attention to the battlefield, did not notice it. Not to mention the Black Dragon Elder and the 2 middle-level divine emperors who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Die. The middle-aged man and the young man not only looked cold, but there was no emotion in their eyes. It was as if it did not matter if Du and Lingtian died or if they were killed. As for the attacks of the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder, they completely ignored them. They were still fully focused on killing Du and Lingtian. It was as if they would not rest until they killed Du and Lingtian. Boom. Rumble. Soon, loud noises spread around Du and Lingtian, who was in the middle of the space storm. It was deafening. At the same time, the onlookers sighed in their hearts. Du and Lingtian, the most brilliant genius of the Tianlong clan, is going to die today. A genius like Du and Lingtian, even in the Tunglung province, is a top genius. It is a pity that the heavens are jealous of such a genius. Today, he will die here. These two people are going all out to kill Du and Lingtian. How much hatred do they have? At this moment, not only the onlookers, but even the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder thought that Du and Lingtian was going to die. Little guy, the only thing I can do for you is to kill them and avenge you. The Golden Dragon Elder, a white-haired old man in a Taoist robe, appeared in the void. He looked down and sighed softly. Behind him, a black-clothed middle-aged man with a black dragon token hanging from his waist appeared at the right time and sighed at almost the same time. As long as he took a divine healing pill, he would be able to recover 70 to 80% in a quarter of an hour at most, and he would be fully recovered in a few hours. The last attack was, of course, done on purpose. Although he could perfectly manifest the way of control in the form of the law of space, and even Elder Bai Long could not see through the clues, he did not want to make it too exaggerated. Otherwise, even if Elder Bai Long could not see through it, he would definitely make more guesses. It was better to be careful. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Du and Lingtian was sent flying backward, he barely managed to stabilize himself in the distance, and his face was slightly pale. The bodies of the two middle-level God Emperors were also hit by Du and Lingtian's sword radiance. After the sword radiance hit their bodies, it split into many sword radiances, shattering their hearts and heavenly veins. A few sword radiances that carried a wisp of Du and Lingtian's soul power directly destroyed their souls. When the two were killed by Du and Lingtian, their lifeless eyes were wide open, and their corpses were about to fall to the ground. Elder Bai Long and Elder Bai Long's attacks arrived. Bang! Bang! Two loud sounds rang out, and the void trembled. The two corpses instantly turned into a bloody mist, and then the bloody mist evaporated in the air. A powerful force rubbed against the air, creating an extremely high temperature, and the fine bloody mist could not maintain its original state. At this moment, the vast cultivation ground of the Emperor War sect returned to its original tranquility. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. The sound of heavy breathing came from Du and Lingtian. Since he had decided to put on a show, he had to go all the way. Du and Lingtian was very professional in this aspect. However, even though he looked battered and exhausted, the other people present, as well as those who had sensed the commotion, looked at him with eyes full of shock. Du and Lingtian, an inner sect disciple who had just entered the lower-level God Emperor realm 10 years ago. Today, facing the ambush and encirclement of two middle-level God Emperors, not only did he not die, he even killed the two of them. As for Elder Bai Long and Elder Bai Long's attacks, they were ignored. Even if Elder Bai Long and Elder Bai Long were not there, the two of them would have died without a doubt. In fact, the attacks of Elder Bai Long and Elder Bai Long might have made the two of them even crazier under the pressure, which led to them attacking Du and Lingtian with extraordinary strength. Du and Lingtian is actually so powerful. Is he really just a middle-level God Emperor? It can't be wrong. The divine power he just displayed is indeed the same as ours. He's just a middle-level God Emperor, there's no doubt about it. How can a middle-level God Emperor be so powerful? In that situation just now, let alone a middle-level God Emperor, even the White Dragon Elders of the Tianlong clan may not be able to escape unscathed as easily as he did. As the group of middle-level God Emperors spoke, the others realized how terrifying Du and Lingtian's strength was. Even the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan would have died in the ambush just now. After realizing this, they were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. They were Elder Bai Long and Elder Bai Long, who had attacked just now. One of them was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, and the other was a middle-aged man in a black robe. Duan Lingtian knew who they were just by looking at the identity tokens on their waists. One was a black dragon token. The other was a golden dragon token. Duan Lingtian greets the two elders. Duan Lingtian took out a healing elixir and took it. After recovering for a while, he forced a smile on his pale face and greeted the two elders in front of him. At this time, the two elders looked at Duan Lingtian with complicated expressions. They had thought that the person in front of them would definitely die, but they did not expect his strength to be so powerful that it was beyond their imagination. Even though he was injured later, it was still commendable. It was a miracle that a middle-level god-emperor could do this. They knew that even the top middle-level god-emperors in Tunglung province might not die in the face of what had just happened, but it was almost impossible for them to be as calm as Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, amazing. The black-robed middle-aged man, Elder Black Dragon, who was currently in charge of the cultivation area of the Emperor Wargate's disciples, gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up and praised him, but there was still a complicated look in his eyes. He also had a disciple who was already a middle-level god-emperor, but compared with Duan Lingtian, he wanted to throw that disciple away. Whoosh. As for the Golden Dragon Elder, he simply raised his hand and sucked Duan Lingtian's identity token into his hand. Duan Lingtian, I failed in my duty today and didn't have time to take action. Fortunately, you are fine. Here are 100,000 contribution points as compensation. Elder Yang, there's no need for that. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and stopped him. When he saw the other party's attire, he guessed the other party's identity. He was one of the few Golden Dragon elders of the Qianlong clan named Yang Feng. Reportedly, before Yang Feng joined the Qianlong clan, he was an outstanding genius of a God-Emperor rank Daoist sect. After joining the Qianlong clan, he rose to prominence and now became a pivotal figure in the Qianlong clan. In the Qianlong clan, Yang Feng was recognized as the kindest Golden Dragon elder. Usually, even if an ordinary inner sect disciple was lucky enough to meet him and ask him for advice, he would not be stingy with his guidance. As a result, Yang Feng's reputation in the Qianlong clan was well known. Take it. I don't usually use my contribution points. After transferring the contribution points, Yang Feng returned Duan Lingtian's identity token to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, as if he suddenly thought of something, he added, the sect will give you a satisfactory explanation for today's matter. With that, he nodded to Duan Lingtian, and then left in a flash. As a top figure among high divine emperors, when Yang Feng left, even with his current strength and eyesight, Duan Lingtian only saw an afterimage flash by. He couldn't keep up with Yang Feng's speed at all. What a terrifying speed! Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. He thought that if such a powerhouse had attacked him today, then even if he used all his trump cards, he would not have been able to escape death. This is just a high divine emperor who hasn't stepped into the God Emperor realm. If it was a God Emperor, then he would be even more powerful. Above the God Emperor realm, there is the God Venerable. And above the God Venerable realm, there is the Supreme Powerhouse. God Emperor, God Venerable, that's not my goal. Only the Supreme Powerhouse is the goal that I, Duan Lingtian, pursue in my life. The look in Duan Lingtian's eyes became firmer. Chapter 39:14. The Gold Dragon Elder Yang Feng didn't say any superfluous words. The whole process was neat and tidy. As for the Black Dragon Elder, after seeing that Yang Feng, as the Gold Dragon Elder, gave Duan Lingtian 100,000 contribution points, he finally transferred 50,000 contribution points to Duan Lingtian. Although the Gold Dragon Elder was in charge of this matter, and even if he had to take responsibility, his responsibility wouldn't be too great. However, if he did nothing, who knew what the sect master would think? He knew that the sect master valued Duan Lingtian even more than the Azure Dragon sect disciples. Moreover, to him, befriending someone like Duan Lingtian would only bring him benefits and no harm. Duan Lingtian, my name is Wang Yizhan. If you need anything in the future, so long as it's within my power, you can look for me. After transferring the contribution points to Duan Lingtian, the Black Dragon Elder Wang Yizhan handed his soul bead to Duan Lingtian, a warm smile on his face. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. He didn't refuse the other party's good intentions, and put away the other party's soul bead. Even though he felt that it was almost impossible for him to use this soul bead. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. While Wang Yizhan was leaving, more and more people were gathering at the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation ground. They were the ones who had received the news and rushed over. Little Tian, are you okay? Dongfang Yannian had arrived, and his wife, Ouyang Xueli, was by his side. Both of them arrived before Duan Lingtian with a worried expression on their faces. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian smiled and said with an indifferent expression. Why did you come here alone? Are you going to enter the Emperor Battle Plain alone? Where's Xue Haichuan? Ouyang Xueli frowned slightly. When she mentioned the name Xue Haichuan, there was some resentment in her voice. Sister-in-law. Almost as soon as Ouyang Xueli's voice fell, Xue Haichuan arrived. When he heard Ouyang Xueli's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Little Tian, I'm sorry. In fact, Xue Haichuan didn't know that Duan Lingtian had left. Of course, even if he knew that Duan Lingtian had left, he wouldn't care, because he felt that no one in the Tianlong clan would attack Duan Lingtian. Moreover, even if someone attacked Duan Lingtian was a White Dragon Elder, with his current strength, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, with his current strength, Duan Lingtian might not be able to hold Dragon, Duan Lingtian, with his current strength. At that time, the Black Dragon Elder who was in charge of that area would definitely be able to make it in time to save Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Xue Haichuan did not think any of the White Dragon Elders would risk their lives to kill Duan Lingtian. Even the 2 White Dragon Elders from the Thousand Devil Sect would not do that. Long, Yannian Dragon Elder to Lingtian Tian. Duan Lingtian smiled. Besides, I have something to do. With my current strength, if you want to kill me in the Heavenly Dragon Sect, only a high-level Divine Emperor can do it. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, he was confident in his strength. I heard. Xue Haichuan exclaimed in admiration, 2 mid-level God Emperors attacked you, but you not only stopped them, you even killed them. Moreover, those 2 mid-level Divine Emperors were stronger than most of the inner sect elders. Xue Haichuan was also shocked when he arrived. After the trip to the Emperor Battle Plain, he had a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. He knew that Duan Lingtian was no weaker than an inner sect elder. Duan Lingtian had killed an inner sect elder of the Supreme Sect in the Emperor Battle Plain. Although it was a trick, he did have the strength to do so. Even if they faced each other head-on, it would take some time and effort. But this time, 2 mid-level Divine Emperors, who were no weaker than the inner sect elders of the Supreme Sect, joined forces to attack Duan Lingtian. They pretended to be exchanging pointers and attacked Duan Lingtian with a sneak attack. Duan Lingtian was not prepared at all. In this situation, even he could not guarantee that he could stop the 2's attack in time. Even if he could, he would be injured. And Duan Lingtian? The first sneak attack by the 2 was forcefully stopped. It was not until the second time that Duan Lingtian was injured, and it was only a light injury. At that time, he knew that although Duan Lingtian had not broken through to become a mid-level Divine Emperor, he was stronger than most of the inner sect elders. Perhaps, he was almost on par with the White Dragon Elder. Little Tian, I did not expect you to be so strong now. Dongfang Yannian could not help but sigh. When you break through to become a mid-level Divine Emperor, you will have the advantage of divine power. Even we might not be your match. Now, Dongfang Yannian was still confident that he could defeat Duan Lingtian. But when Duan Lingtian became a mid-level Divine Emperor, he did not have the slightest confidence. He even felt that it would be good if he did not lose too badly. It's only been 10 years, Dongfang Yannian was still sighing. In these 10 years, it seems that your spatial laws have improved a lot. It's all right. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Duan Lingtian, Xue Haichuan, Dongfang Yannian and Ouyang Xueli stood there and chatted. More and more people came to watch. In the end, even Ding Yang came. As for Hu Qingning, because he had not come out of the Emperor battle plane, he naturally could not come at this time. Duan Lingtian, are you all right? When Ding Yang arrived, Duan Lingtian saw that even the daughter of Reverend Sikong Yu, had come. Furthermore, when she looked at him, there was a faint trace of worry in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. It seemed that this woman had not given up yet. However, although Duan Lingtian inadvertently saw this, he pretended not to see it. Ignoring Sikong Yu's somewhat disappointed and dejected gaze, he turned his attention back to Ding Yang. He squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm fine." "What? You haven't entered the Emperor battle plane recently?" asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. "I'm planning to enter after some time," said Ding Yang. At the same time, he greeted Xue Haichuan and the other two. Because they knew Ding Yang was Duan Lingtian's good friend, Xue Haichuan and the other two were very polite to him. They did not treat him as an ordinary inner sect disciple at all. At this moment, when the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian and the others gathered in the distance, they could not help but whisper among themselves. "I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian's strength to be so strong. When I think of the people from the Greater One sect saying that Duan Lingtian's strength is inferior to their Greater One sect's Shimen Longxiang, I find it funny. Shimen Longxiang's only record of killing a lesser divine emperor of our Tianlong clan. Today, Duan Lingtian killed 2 lesser divine emperors. Moreover, that scene was recorded by the sect's Great Protective Formation and recorded in the floating image pearl. It's said that it will soon be available for us to borrow. That's great. I was just thinking that it was a pity that I didn't witness that scene with my own eyes. With the floating image pearl, I can spend some contribution points to borrow it and have a look. I really didn't expect that a lesser divine emperor who's not even 3,000 years old would have such strength. His strength is clearly superior to most of the inner sect elders, and his catching up to Elder Bai Long. I think that even an ordinary new Elder Bai Long wouldn't dare to say that he would definitely be able to defeat him." Similar words sounded in Sikong Yu's ears. She stood there with her legs as if they were filled with lead. The gaze that shot out from her eyes landed on the back of the purple figure in the distance, revealing a somewhat gloomy expression. "I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, he would grow to such a level. In the past, I, Sikong Yu, thought that he was only slightly stronger than me. Now it seems that it's difficult to close the gap between us. My personality is bad, and my talent and comprehension are not as good as his. It's normal that he doesn't like me." Sighing faintly in her heart, Sikong Yu gracefully turned and left, leaving behind a lonely figure that made people feel sad. Of course, very few people paid attention to this scene. This was because the gazes of the people present were currently more focused on Duan Lingtian. Unlike the bustling cultivation grounds of the Emperor battle sect, the atmosphere in the Tianlong clan's great meeting hall was incomparably somber. The clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, stood in front of the main seat with a gloomy expression. At the same time, his gaze fell on an old man with a black dragon token hanging from his waist. "You took them in on the same day. You should know them better than anyone else." When the black dragon elder heard this, his expression turned solemn as he said, "Clan leader, the impression they gave me that day was that they were stern. At that time, I only thought that their personalities were like that. However, based on today's matter, that's not the case. Based on what Elder Yang said today, when the two of them attacked Duan Lingtian, they didn't care even when he attacked them. They weren't afraid of death at all. Some people also said that they didn't panic at all when they saw the two of them. It was as though they weren't afraid of death at all. All in all, I suspect that the two of them are suicide soldiers. Someone took advantage of the fact that the Tianlong clan was recruiting disciples to recruit the Emperor battle sect to kill Duan Lingtian. I'm sure the person behind this has a grudge against Duan Lingtian." The Black Dragon Elder's words hit the nail on the head and determined that the two of them were suicide soldiers. Even Elder Yang said that their actions and courage were no different from suicide soldiers. "Clan leader." At this moment, another Black Dragon Elder stood out. The two of them didn't directly enter the battlefield in the Emperor battle plane when they just joined the clan. Instead, they only entered when the time set by the clan was almost up. They seemed to be unwilling. This clearly doesn't match what one of them said to the white dragon elder Dongfang Yannian. Over 10 years ago, Dongfang Yannian brought that young man to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect. On the way, Dongfang Yannian chatted with him. He said that he had a grudge against the Greater One sect. Why would someone who had a grudge against the Greater One sect wait until the time set by the clan was almost up before entering the battlefield? He was clearly lying. Based on the current situation, I also feel that the possibility of them being suicide soldiers is very high. Chapter 39:15. Death Sworn. The Tianlong clan, a grand divine Empyrean rank force, actually had Death Sworn infiltrated. When he heard the second Black Dragon Elder speculate the same thing, the complexion of the Tianlong clan's sect master Long Qingchong became extremely gloomy in an instant. The person who did this was tantamount to slapping the Tianlong clan in the face. They should be Death Sworn. At the same time, the only Gold Dragon Elder present, Yang Feng, also opened his mouth. I have observed them for a while. They usually live in seclusion and are reserved. Even when others talk to them, they are indifferent. Plus, they aren't afraid of death. How many people are really not afraid of death? Even if they aren't afraid of death, but when faced with a life or death crisis, they instinctively feel fear, right? But they don't seem to know what fear is. Since Yang Feng said so, the people present knew that the two people were most likely loyalists. Intermediate Divine Emperor Deathsworn. What a big move. A Black Dragon Elder exclaimed. Who is that little guy Duan Lingtian? How did he provoke others into sending Divine Emperor Deathsworn to kill him? Another Black Dragon Elder was puzzled. That's right, a middle-level godly Emperor Deathsworn is not an ordinary Deathsworn. Even ordinary superior divine emperors don't have enough financial resources to buy the life and death of two intermediate divine emperor Deathsworn. When the Black Dragon Elder who spoke before spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment, and then said with a wry smile on his face, I don't mind if you laugh at me, but with all my current savings, I'm afraid that I can only buy the life and death of one intermediate divine emperor Deathsworn at most. Could it be the work of a divine emperor powerhouse? A Black Dragon Elder guessed. But his voice had just fallen, when Long Qingchong concluded decisively, impossible. If a divine emperor powerhouse really wants to kill Duan Lingtian, why would he need to find a divine emperor Deathsworn? He could have openly entered the Tianlong clan and taken Duan Lingtian's life. Even if an emperor god is wary of our Tianlong clan's great sect protecting array, it would still be extremely difficult for the great sect protecting array to stop him. Moreover, if our Tianlong clan doesn't hand over the Duan Lingtian to him, he can completely block our Tianlong temple's entrance and kill every single person from our Tianlong clan that leaves. Many people nodded after hearing Long Qingchong's words. They felt that it was impossible for a divine emperor to do this. If it's a person, even if he's not a god emperor expert, he should be at least a high-level god emperor. If it's not a high-level divine emperor, then it's probably the work of some divine emperor-level force. If you want to investigate, start from the high-level godly emperors who have grudges with Duan Lingtian, as well as the godly emperor forces. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. The news has already spread. Now, everyone in the Tianlong clan is in a state of panic, especially the younger disciples. Many of them are saying that if it wasn't Duan Lingtian who was killed today but them, they would have died without a doubt. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible and let the clan disciples know that the Tianlong clan will not let go of anyone or any force that offends the Tianlong clan. This meeting of the Tianlong clan's upper echelon was filled with anger. Almost every upper echelon present was furious. Of course, there were exceptions. Xue Mingji, the Tianlong clan's vice-clan leader, was in the clan's encampment. Naturally, he had to be present at this meeting of the upper echelons of the Black Dragon clan. In the meeting, he, like the others, was filled with righteous indignation. He hated the person who had sent the men of sacrifice, and he looked as if he could not wait to find the person behind the scenes and kill him. Before Xue Mingji returned to his own cultivation grounds, everything was calm and tranquil. Even if someone greeted him on the road, he would respond with a smiling face, without the slightest hint of abnormality. When he returned to his place of practice, He threw away the formation plate and set up an isolation array. Then, his face became completely gloomy and ugly. Damn it. They actually failed. Those 2 men of sacrifice are simply useless. I've spent almost half of my life savings, but they couldn't even kill a low-level divine emperor. Damn it. At this time, Xuemingji was no longer as calm as before. He looked as if he had gone mad and was extremely angry. It was not until about 15 minutes later that he calmed down a little. However, his eyes were still bloodshot, his face was pale, and his body was still trembling slightly. Little girl. Xuemingji sent a message to his daughter, asking her to come over. At the same time, he reminded her, don't bring Zhong Can with you. Come over alone. Father, I heard they failed. A message came from the other side. I'll come over alone now. Before long, a beautiful figure arrived. It was Xuemingji's daughter. Little girl, based on what you said earlier, it's obvious you know the 2 men of sacrifice have failed. From now on, don't tell anyone about this matter, including Zhong Can. This time, whether it's the clan leader or the Golden Dragon Elder, who I've been able to contact for the time being, they're furious about this matter. They're even determined to find the person behind the scenes for the time being. You should know how serious this matter is. If they find out that I'm responsible for this matter, even if I'm the vice-clan leader of the Qianlong clan, I won't be able to escape death. I'm not afraid of death. After all, I've lived for tens of thousands of years. What I can't let go of the most is you. Xuemingji sighed. Father, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't tell anyone about this matter. Good. Then I'm relieved. Father, what should we do next? They won't find out about you, right? Don't worry. I'll do my best. However, you must be mentally prepared. Chem. I plan to blame the Myriad Demon Sect for this. The Myriad Demon Sect. Yes. The Myriad Demon Sect has a grudge with the Duan Lingtian. Kuang Tianjing even risked his life to kill Duan Lingtian. It's reasonable to say that the Myriad Demon Sect paid a huge price to hire 2 men of sacrifice. However, I'm afraid not many people would believe that the Myriad Demon Sect paid the price for the 2 elders of the White Dragon Sect. The Myriad Demon Sect, as a godly emperor sect with a decent foundation, is capable of buying the lives of 2 middle-level godly emperors of sacrifice. Father, I don't care about the lives of the others in the Myriad Demon Sect, but brother can, don't worry. I'll do my best to protect Zhong Can. Thank you, Father. At the same time, in another part of the Qianlong Temple, Duan Lingtian, accompanied by Ding Yang, came to meet the clan leader of the Qianlong clan, Long Qingchong. The clan leader whom Duan Lingtian had always wanted to meet was finally going to meet him. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw Long Qingchong. He had heard many people describe Long Qingchong as the sect leader. Just like the rumors, he was tall and mighty, dignified, and serious. Ding Yang greets the clan leader. Ding Yang took the lead to bow to Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong nodded at Ding Yang. A smile that was uglier than crying appeared on his stiff face. The last time I saw you was at revered Elder Sikong's place. I didn't expect you to have such great achievements in just a blink of an eye. Great achievements. When Ding Yang heard Long Qingchong's praise, he instinctively glanced at Duan Lingtian who was next to him. He felt bitter in his heart. His mouth moved, but in the end, he smiled wryly and said, "Clan leader, please don't praise me in front of Duan Lingtian. I feel a little ashamed." Ding Yang had seen Long Qingchong a few times. In fact, before he went to the Hidden Fog Academy in Tianfeng City, he had seen Long Qingchong before. Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Qianlong clan, had a good relationship with Uncle Sikong. He often went to play chess with Uncle Sikong and chatted with him. Since Long Qingchong had been busy recently, he rarely went to Uncle Sikong. Ding Yang's words stunned Long Qingchong. Then, he shook his head and said, "You can't compare him to you. Even I and the previous generations of geniuses in the Qianlong clan would be ashamed of ourselves if we were to compare ourselves to him, let alone you. A lesser divine emperor who is not even 3,000 years old. His battle prowess is comparable to Elder Bai Long's. Moreover, he is only an inner disciple now. This is the first time in the long history of the Qianlong clan that such a freak has appeared. When Long Ching Chong reached the end of his sentence, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this. Didn't they say the Tianlong clan's clan leader was a serious person? How could he joke like this? Or did he not take it seriously? Seeing Duan Lingtian's stunned expression, Long Ching Chong's expression turned serious again. He asked bluntly, Duan Lingtian, do you have any clues about the 2 mid-level divine emperors who attacked you this time? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard this. Sect leader, do you want to ask me if I suspect the person behind this? Yes. Long Ching Chong nodded. Yes. Duan Lingtian spoke frankly without the slightest hesitation. Who? Long Ching Chong's calm eyes turned completely sharp when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Ching Chong calmly and said word by word, either it's the Thousand Demon Sect. Or it's Vice Sect Leader Shui. Vice Sect Leader Shui. In the Tianlong clan, there was only one Vice Sect leader with the surname Shui, and that was Shui Mingji. When Long Ching Chong heard Duan Lingtian's words and his eyes narrowed slightly, Duan Lingtian continued, there are many people and forces who want me dead. However, only the Thousand Demon Sect and Vice Sect leader Shui have the financial resources to hire 2 mid-level divine emperors to risk their lives to kill me in the Tianlong clan. Of course, this is just my guess. However, it will be difficult to find any clues. After all, both of the men of sacrifice are dead. Duan Lingtian did not mince his words and did not hide anything. Whether it was the Thousand Demon Sect or the Tianlong clan's Vice Sect leader Shui Mingji, they were nothing in the eyes of the sect leader of the Tianlong clan. In fact, he only needed to give an order to kill both of them. He did not even need to do it himself. I understand. Long Ching Chong nodded after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Other than his eyes narrowing slightly, there was no change in his expression. Chapter 39:16. That's it. After Duan Lingtian and Ding Yang left Sect Master Long Chingchong's place, Ding Yang's face was still full of confusion. Sect Master called me over to ask that question. Since he got the answer, it's naturally over. What? You still plan to stay and freeload? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. No. Ding Yang smiled awkwardly. I just thought it was too fast. I just went in and came out again. The next moment, as if he thought of something, Ding Yang's face turned serious. Duan Lingtian, do you think the Myriad Demon Sect or Vice Sect Master Shui is more likely to be involved in this matter? I'm not sure. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It was really hard for him to say. The conflict between him and the Myriad Demon Sect had started a long time ago. As for Vice Sect Master Shui Mingji, the conflict between them originated from Zhong Can of the Myriad Demon Sect. At the same time, Zhong Can was Shui Mingji's son-in-law. Shui Mingji only had one daughter, so it was easy to imagine how much he valued his son-in-law. Last time, Quang Tianjing risked his life to kill him in the Tianlong clan, which caused a sensation in the entire Tianlong clan. Later, the sect told him not only to execute Quang Tianjing, but also to eliminate Quang Tianjing's family and disciples. Of course, Zhong Can was excluded. It was precisely because Zhong Can was Shui Mingji's son-in-law that he was able to escape death. Not sure. Ding Yang was startled, then smiled bitterly. Just as you said in front of Sect Master, the 2 men of sacrifice are dead. I'm afraid there's no more clues. No one knows who did it. Is Sect Master going to ask the Myriad Demon Sect Master and Vice Sect Master Shui to swear a heart demon blood oath and have them swear that this matter has nothing to do with them? At this point, Ding Yang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, no. A heart demon blood oath doesn't seem to guarantee what happened in the past. It can only guarantee what happens in the future after the heart demon blood oath is made. What a headache. Ding Yang said, annoyed. What's there to worry about? Hearing Ding Yang say that he had a headache, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but find it funny. Even I, the person involved, don't have a headache. What are you thinking about? Alright, don't think about it anymore. Neither you nor I can interfere in this matter. Let the sect master do whatever he wants. Duan Lingtian was very clear in his heart, whether it was the 10,000 demon sect or Shui Mingji, there was nothing he could do. Perhaps, with his current strength, he would be able to bring some trouble to the myriad demon sect. However, he was still a disciple of the Tianlong clan, and the myriad demon sect was an indirect subordinate of the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan would not sit idly by and watch their disciples cause trouble for the myriad demon sect. Besides, the 10,000 demons sect didn't only have godly emperors. In the Tianlong clan, the 10,000 demons sect had 2 white dragon elders. They couldn't ignore the 10,000 demons sect. As for Xuemingji, he was in existence several times stronger than an ordinary black dragon elder. With his current strength, even if he used all his cards, it was almost impossible for him to kill Xuemingji. The gap between them was too big. Xuemingji was a veteran high-level godly emperor. Not to mention the gap in cultivation, even in the comprehension of law profound, he might not be able to compare with Xuemingji. That's true. Ding Yang nodded, thinking that Duan Lingtian's words made sense. At the same time, he didn't forget to comfort Duan Lingtian. It's okay. Even if the sect master doesn't give you justice, with your growth speed, you can definitely get back at him by yourself. If we really can't find out who did it, we'll just kill both the 10,000 demons sect and Xuemingji. Ding Yang said. From his words, it was obvious that he had a lot of confidence in Duan Lingtian. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, then he couldn't help but laugh. After Duan Lingtian and Ding Yang left, a figure followed behind them. The person who left was none other than the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, who had met with Duan Lingtian and Ding Yang earlier. After Long Qingchong left, he directly locked onto a direction and flew over. Not long after, he arrived outside a valley. At the same time, he sent a message. A moment later, a figure also appeared in the sky above the valley. It was the deputy sect master of the Tianlong clan, Xuemingji. Xuemingji saw the sudden arrival of sect master Long Qingchong. Although he looked calm on the surface, there was a storm in his heart. Did sect master discover something? Impossible. In the entire Tianlong clan, only my daughter and I know about this matter. Sect master, you shouldn't know. Although his heart was in turmoil, on the surface, Xuemingji had a smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said respectfully, Sect master, is there anything you need from me? Although they were both high-level divine emperors and were fellow disciples, Xuemingji respected Long Qingchong from the bottom of his heart. This was because Long Qingchong was the leader of his generation. In the past, when he was young, he had set Long Qingchong as his goal and wanted to surpass him. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. As time passed, Long Qingchong left him far behind, causing him to completely give up on catching up to Long Qingchong. He no longer dared to think about surpassing Long Qingchong. What's wrong? We're already at the entrance. Junior brother Xue, aren't you going to invite me in? Long Qingchong looked at Xuemingji and asked with a smile. When Xuemingji heard this, he quickly greeted Long Qingchong. Sect master, I've been rude. Please, come in. After a short while, Xuemingji invited Long Qingchong into the valley. When they arrived at his courtyard, he only sat down after Long Qingchong took a seat. However, he only sat on a corner of the table. His reverence for Long Qingchong was ingrained in his bones. Sect master, do you have any instructions for me? Xuemingji asked again. Long Qingchong looked at Xuemingji. He placed his right hand on the stone table and gently tapped his fingers on the table. His eyes were calm as he looked at Xuemingji as though he was observing something. Sect master, Xuemingji felt his hair stand on end when he was stared at by Long Qingchong. He, who was already feeling guilty, could not help but feel agitated. Of course, he still looked calm on the surface, but there was a hint of doubt on his face. At this moment, Long Qingchong stopped what he was doing, and his eyes turned from calm to deep. Junior brother Xue, I heard that you have some grudges with Duan Lingtian. Sect master, did you hear wrongly? Xuemingji was stunned. I haven't even met Duan Lingtian before. How could I have any grudges with him? Are you sure you haven't met him before? Long Qingchong smiled faintly. Or are you sure you haven't met him before? Including the kind of person who watched from the dark. As soon as Long Qingchong said this, Xue Mingji's expression finally changed subtly. He immediately understood what Long Qingchong was talking about. In the past, when Duan Lingtian had just joined the Tianlong clan and participated in the Hidden Dragon competition, Long Qingchong had gone to the scene and warned Duan Lingtian to give up his ranking. Otherwise, he would kill the former patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie. At that time, Duan Lingtian did not do as he was told, so Long Qingchong was furious. Later, he even sent a black dragon elder to the Linghu family to kill Linghu Renjie. However, he died in the Linghu family. He was killed by a God Emperor expert from the Linghu family. He only found out about this when the God Emperor expert, Linghu Renfeng, personally went to the Tianlong clan to look for him. You went to the Hidden Dragon competition, but you did not show up. At the same time, Long Qingchong continued, after that, Black Dragon Elder Shu Tongyuan went to your place, but he left the sect and died outside the sect. After that, a God Emperor expert appeared in the Tianlong clan and came to your place. Can you explain to me, what's the connection between these two? When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Xue Mingji with a faint smile on his face. Xue Mingji's expression changed again when he heard this. Sect Master, you know everything? He did not expect Long Qingchong to know that a God Emperor expert had come to the Tianlong clan and come to his place. Did this mean Long Qingchong's strength was close to that of a God Emperor? Only someone with that kind of strength would be able to detect the God Emperor's whereabouts. After all, the Tianlong clan's Grand Protective Array had been threatened by the God Emperor expert to withdraw. Tell me. Long Qingchong still had a smile on his face, but Xue Mingji felt his hair stand on end when he saw it. However, he did not say anything in the end. He did not dare say anything. When Long Qingchong saw that Xue Mingji did not say anything, the smile on his face faded, and he sighed. Junior brother Xue, we've been brothers for many years. I won't harm you. I promise you that nothing will happen to you. Long Qingchong added, although your master and my master had a falling out, before that, your master, who is also my martial uncle, saved my life when I went out to train. I can't return the favor of saving my life to him, but I can return it to you. Long Qingchong said. Xue Mingji's pupils shrank when he heard this. How could such a thing happen? He suddenly remembered that his journey in the Tianlong clan until he became the Tianlong clan's vice-sect master had been smooth sailing. It made him feel as if there was an invisible hand helping him. At that time, he thought that his master, who had died in the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, was secretly protecting him. But now, it seemed that it was most likely related to the person in front of him. Looking at Long Qingchong's honest eyes, Xue Mingji smiled bitterly. Senior brother Long, the God Emperor expert who came to the Tianlong clan, was the sister of Linghu Renjie, the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renfeng. After that, I asked around about her. She left the profound Handle land many years ago and went to the world of divine remains. But I didn't expect that she had already entered the God Emperor realm. As for Black Dragon Elder Shu Tongyuan, he went to the Linghu family to kill Linghu Renjie because I promised him some benefits, but I didn't expect that he would be killed by Linghu Renfeng. I appeared at the Hidden Dragon tournament because of my daughter. She didn't want Duan Lingtian to enter the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon tournament and obtain the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill. So, I threatened him with a voice transmission that if he entered the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon tournament, I would kill Linghu Renjie. Chapter 39:17. As Xue Mingji spoke, Long Qingchong listened. From the beginning to the end, Long Qingchong's expression was calm as though he had already guessed all of this. Later, Xue Mingji mentioned the inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing. He said that Kuang Tianjing was coerced by him to risk his life to attack the Duan Lingtian. However, he was executed because he failed. It's really you. Long Qingchong looked deeply at Xue Mingji. His expression was still calm. I knew it. Based on the information I've investigated, Kuang Tianjing is definitely not a person who is not afraid of death. At that time, I was wondering if he was being coerced by someone, and the only person who could coerce him, and the only person who would coerce him, was you. As soon as Long Qingchong said this, Xue Mingji smiled bitterly. I didn't expect you to have guessed it, senior brother. However, despite the bitter smile on his face, Xue Mingji's eyes flashed with a hint of relief. At least, based on the current situation, he was safe. Even if the sect leader of the Tianlong clan knew that he was the culprit. Since Long Qingchong had made a promise, Long Qingchong would definitely keep his promise. He knew Long Qingchong very well about this. It was also because of this that he was so honest with Long Qingchong. Those 2 men of sacrifice must have been your doing after Kuang Tianjing failed, right? Long Qingchong asked. Yes. Xue Mingji nodded. I asked a friend of mine to pay a huge price to buy 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice. I've waited for more than 10 years since I joined the sect. It was only today that I finally found the opportunity. I didn't expect to fail. 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice. That's not a small price to pay. I'm afraid you've spent most of your savings over the years, right? Long Qingchong asked indifferently. Yes. Xue Mingji nodded again. The bitter smile on his face became even more bitter. Long Qingchong shook his head and said, You said earlier that you haven't even met Duan Lingtian. Why do you insist on killing him? He only has enmity with the Thousand Demon sect and Kuang Tianjing. You can stay out of this. Clearly, Long Qingchong could not figure it out. In his opinion, with Xue Mingji's status, if Kuang Tianjing and Duan Lingtian were to fight, Xue Mingji would not need to participate. Sect leader, logically speaking, that is indeed the case. Xue Mingji smiled bitterly. However, you can't imagine how deep my only daughter's feelings for Zhong Can are. If Zhong Can is implicated because of the hatred between Kuang Tianjing and Duan Lingtian, and I don't help her, she will most likely threaten me with death. I only have one daughter. What can I do? Moreover, when I sent Black Dragon Elder Shu Tongyuan to kill Linghu Renjie, Linghu Renfeng humiliated me. I didn't dare to be angry at the God Emperor, but I still shifted my anger to Duan Lingtian. It was at that time that I began to think about various reasons, such as the hatred between him and my son-in-law in the future, and the speed of his growth. I don't want him to live. Who knows, when he grows up in the future, whether or not he will seek me out for revenge? With the talent and achievements he has displayed so far, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a God Emperor. Xue Mingji sighed after he finished speaking. Forget it. Long Qingchong suddenly stood up. When Xue Mingji stood up in shock, Long Qingchong looked at Xue Mingji and said indifferently, We have to give Duan Lingtian an explanation for this matter. You have no objections to this, right? Senior brother, what do you mean? Xue Mingji's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart skipped a beat. Thousand Demon Sect. After leaving these 3 words, Long Qingchong flew into the sky and left. At the same time, before he left, he sent a message to Xue Mingji, Take care of your son-in-law. If he insists on becoming an enemy of Duan Lingtian, just abandon him. As for your daughter, you can do as you see fit. If you really want to go down the wrong path, I won't care about you anymore. You can do whatever you want. I won't help Duan Lingtian, but don't think that I will help you either. I owe Marshal Uncle a debt of gratitude for saving my life. This time, I'll return it to you. From now on, we'll call it even. Also, let me remind you. After what happened today spreads to the God Emperor forces, it won't be long before important people arrive. With the strength that Duan Lingtian has displayed so far, it's enough for him to stand out and shine in the 7 Mansions banquet. You should know how important the 7 Mansions banquet is to the God Emperor forces. At this point, Long Qingchong did not say anything else. Xue Mingji was the only one left standing on the spot. His expression changed rapidly. The 7 Mansions banquet that only happens once every 10,000 years. Is it going to start again? It seems like Duan Lingtian will definitely leave the Tianlong clan and head to one of the God Emperor forces this time. If he goes to one of the God Emperor forces, I won't have a chance to deal with him anymore. Now, all I can do is put on a good show before he leaves. What's done can't be undone. I can only salvage the situation now. If he really wants to kill me in the future, it's not something I can control. It's impossible for me to leave the Tianlong clan in this lifetime. Xue Mingji knew very well that it was impossible for him to leave the Qianlong clan because he had sworn a heart demon blood oath in front of his master that he would devote his life to the Qianlong clan until his death. If he left the Qianlong clan, he would be breaking the oath and would not be able to escape death. Although Duan Lingtian was surprised by today's encounter, he did not take it to heart. First, he was fine. Second, 2 mere god emperors were not enough to scare him. Moreover, they had risked their lives to attack him in the Qianlong clan. This was not something that he could avoid by hiding in the Qianlong clan. Even if the Qianlong clan's vice-clan leader, Xue Mingji, had risked his life to attack him in the Qianlong clan, there was nothing he could do. Of course, this was just a thought. It was almost impossible for it to happen. He did not believe that a high-rank god emperor like Xue Mingji would risk his life to kill him. However, the previous battle has loosened the bottleneck of my cultivation. Now, I'm one step closer to becoming a middle-rank god emperor. At first, Duan Lingtian had returned to Xue Haichuan's place after parting ways with Ding Yang. However, after cultivating for a while and discovering that the bottleneck of his cultivation had loosened, he decided to strike while the iron was hot and enter the battlefield of god emperors in the Monarch battlefield to experience and break through the bottleneck completely. When he came out again, he could begin to break through to the middle-rank god emperor. Of course, it would take a lot of time. Starting from the middle-rank god emperor, cultivation would become more difficult. Even if he had the best cultivation environment and resources, it would take time to accumulate. Its senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. As soon as they entered the Monarch battlefield realm, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by a group of people. All of them were looking at Duan Lingtian intently. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I heard you killed 2 middle-rank god emperors even though you were attacked by them. How did you, a low-rank god emperor, manage to do that? That's too shocking. An inner sect disciple asked curiously. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard that. The profundities I've comprehended far surpassed theirs. Moreover, I've mastered the rudimentary form of the sword Dao and fused it with my divine energy. That's why I'm able to unleash more powerful attacks. Naturally, it's also because of my cultivation path in the Devata realms. Although I'm not very old, I have a lot of battle experience. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. After all, he had just killed 2 middle-rank god emperors. One could imagine how the person behind this must be feeling right now. After all, the price of killing 2 middle-rank god emperors was not small at all. When Duan Lingtian thought about how the person behind this must be in a bad mood, he felt delighted. After all, they were the ones who wanted to kill him. That's true. At the same time, an outer sect elder sighed emotionally. I'm one of the first people to borrow the floating image pearl that recorded Duan Lingtian's battle a few days ago. In the floating image pearl, I saw a calm and composed Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, I'm afraid even Elder Bai Long would panic. However, Duan Lingtian didn't. Based on the outer sect elder's words, he seemed to hold Duan Lingtian in high regard. Naturally, there's no doubt about Duan Lingtian's strength. At the very least, I'm afraid no one in the sect is a match for him except for Elder Bai Long. He's the first person in the history of the Qianlong clan to possess such combat strength when he's only a primitive god emperor. Duan Lingtian is the #1 prodigy in the Qianlong clan. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of the flattery from the members of the Qianlong clan who surrounded him. He was not affected by their words at all. His goal was not limited to this. In his opinion, this little achievement was nothing. After a while, Duan Lingtian left the exit of the Heavenly Dragon City in the Emperor Battle Realm and made his way to the Divine Royal Battlefield. He had come here this time for the Divine Sovereign Battlefield. Duan Lingtian is going to enter the Divine Royal Battlefield again. I don't know how many Divine Royal disciples of the Tai sect will be unlucky enough to die in his hands. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, apart from Elder Di Ming of the Tai sect, he won't be able to kill anyone on the Divine Royal Battlefield. The Tai sect's inner sect elders and primitive god emperors will definitely die if they encounter him. That's right. Duan Lingtian's mastery of the law of space is not inferior to the law of wind. Moreover, he's able to kill an intermediate divine emperor even though he's just a primitive divine emperor because of the law he comprehended. His attainments in the laws of space have even surpassed the attainments of most of the White Dragon Elders of our Sky Dragon sect. In the Divine Emperor battlefield, except for the Greater One sect's Elder Di Ming, the rest of the Divine Emperor disciples will most likely have nowhere to go if they encounter him. Chapter 39:18. Duan Lingtian came in? Yes, I heard that he went to the battlefield of the God Emperor. The Tianlong clan members in Peace City soon learned from their acquaintances in Sky Dragon City that Duan Lingtian had entered the Emperor battle plane again and went to the battlefield of the God Emperor. And their conversation was also overheard by some of the Greater One sect members. Suddenly, the faces of these Greater One sect members did not look too good. Duan Lingtian was attacked in the Tianlong temple a few days ago. He was killed by two middle-level god emperors whose strength was not weaker than the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan. The whole process was very sudden. Because the Greater One sect had also taken the floating image pearls that had recorded the scene in the mirror image formation in the sect protecting formation and sold them openly in Peace City, and many copies had been made. Therefore, many disciples of the Greater One sect had also bought the floating image pearls that recorded the scene and saw what had happened a few days ago. Even if they were Greater One sect members, standing on the opposite side of the Tianlong clan, after seeing the mirror image recorded in the floating image pearl, they could not help but marvel at the strength of Duan Lingtian. In that situation, even any inner sect elder of our Greater One sect would not be able to escape death, right? Is Duan Lingtian really just a lower-level god emperor? In the past, I thought that Duan Lingtian was not as good as senior brother Shimen Longxiang, but now it seems that senior brother Shimen Longxiang may not be as good as him. No wonder the Tianlong clan members say that Duan Lingtian is invincible under the White Dragon Elder in the Tianlong clan. Based on the strength he showed in the floating image pearl, even in our Greater One sect, he is also invincible under the Elder of the Earth Underworld. Even the Elder of the Earth Underworld may not be as good as him. His current strength is not much worse than that of the Elder of the Earth Underworld. He is even comparable to the new Elder of the Earth Underworld of our Greater One sect. In the past, when the people of Greater One sect saw the people of the Tianlong clan in Peace City, they often hooted, saying that the Heaven's Prideling disciple Duan Lingtian of the Tianlong clan was not as good as their Greater One sect's Prideling disciple Shimen Longxiang. Even if Duan Lingtian's battle achievements on the battlefield of the God Emperor were far higher than Duan Lingtian, they unanimously believed that it was the credit of the two White Dragon Elders of the Tianlong clan who had entered the battlefield of the God Emperor with Duan Lingtian and did not put in much effort at all. But their Greater One sect's Shimen Longxiang had single-handedly killed a number of Sky Dragon sect's low-level Divine Emperors on the Divine Emperor battlefield without anyone's help. Tu Longxiang of the Tianlong Heavenly One Tianlong Ancestor of Tianlong Ancestor. In fact, in this case, even if the people of the Tianlong clan were strong in their words, they still felt that Shimen Longxiang's strength was more convincing. However, with the events of a few days ago, the ironclad fact made them completely straighten their backs and gain confidence. How can your Greater One sect's Shimen Longxiang compare to our Tianlong clan's Duan Lingtian? Now that Duan Lingtian has entered the battlefield of the God Emperor, does Shimen Longxiang still dare to go in and look for him? A Tianlong clan disciple asked a Greater One sect disciple with a mocking smile. The latter's face flushed red, but he could not find any words to refute. Because, in all likelihood, he did not dare to. Perhaps, now that Duan Lingtian had issued a challenge to Shimen Longxiang would not accept as long as the price was a little higher. Where did that Duan Lingtian of the Tianlong clan come from? Isn't he a little terrifying? Yes, it's simply too abnormal. 20 years ago, he was just a god king. 20 years ago, he killed hundreds of our Greater One sect's god king disciples on the battlefield of the god kings. Because of this, the sect master found the sect master of the Tianlong clan and exchanged for Duan Lingtian not to enter the battlefield of the God Kings at the price of Shimen Longxiang not to enter the battlefield of the God Kings. 20 years later, he actually has strength that is not weaker than our Greater One sect's newly promoted Earth Abyss Elder. In Tunglung province, is there anyone who can grow faster than him? I don't dare to say anything else. Just based on the speed of his growth in the past 20 years, there has never been a second person like him in the history of Tunglung province. It's impossible for such a person to stay in the Tianlong clan for long. The Tianlong clan is not worthy of him. Even if he doesn't stay for long, as long as he stays for a while, he will undoubtedly become a killing god on the God Emperor battlefield. You know, he is only a lower God Emperor now. When he breaks through to the middle God Emperor realm, who will be his opponent on the God Emperor battlefield? At that time, even if many of our Greater One Sect's Earth Abyss Elders join forces, they may not be his opponent. Could it be that, in the near future, he will dominate the God Emperor battlefield like he did in the past? While the Greater One Sect's disciples were discussing in private, there was an inexplicable shock in their hearts, as if they had already seen a killing god on the God Emperor battlefield slowly rising. Perhaps, before long, their Greater One Sect master would go to the Tianlong clan to discuss the Duan Lingtian God Emperor battlefield ban agreement. However, last time, their Greater One Sect could still use Shimen Longxiang not to enter the God King battlefield in exchange for Duan Lingtian not to enter the God King battlefield, but this time? Now, even if they used Shimen Longxiang, the Tianlong clan would most likely not care. Shimen Longxiang's current record on the God Emperor battlefield was killing several lower God Emperors of the Tianlong clan. It was said that 2 years ago, when Shimen Longxiang entered the God Emperor battlefield, he was almost killed by an inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect. Of course, this was what the inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect said himself. As for whether it was true or not, only the person involved knew. Shimen Longxiang was a serious person. Unless it was someone close to him who asked, it was difficult to know whether this rumor was true or false. However, at that time, when this news came out, the mood of the Greater One Sect was not depressed, but rather high. Senior brother Shimen Longxiang, with the cultivation of a lower God Emperor, he could escape from the hands of your Tianlong clan's middle God Emperor inner sect elder. Your Tianlong clan's inner sect elder is too useless, right? At that time, many people of the Greater One Sect said this to the people of the Tianlong clan. However, after Duan Lingtian showed his strength a few days ago, no one laughed at the people of the Tianlong clan like this anymore. Because Duan Lingtian was an existence that they used to compare with Shimen Longxiang. Now, Duan Lingtian could kill 2 middle God Emperors with the strength of an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. How could they be complacent that Shimen Longxiang had escaped from the hands of an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan? Humph. Maybe this time Duan Lingtian will enter the God Emperor battlefield and die in the hands of our Greater One Sect's elder Di Ming. There were also people of the Greater One Sect who were jealous of Duan Lingtian's current achievements. They snorted coldly and cursed Duan Lingtian. Greater One Sect. Hua. As the mirror image in the void disappeared, the young man standing on one side looked calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Don't be too pressured. And next to him, an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion, with an immortal aura, spoke in a timely manner to comfort the young man. Master, I'm going to leave the Greater One Sect and go over there. The young man said. You should have gone long ago. The old man sighed. Back then, I didn't approve of you staying. Even if Yuna doesn't want to leave me, she can leave. You leave first, and when you have a firm foothold there, you can take her over. Don't worry, I'm doing well in the Greater One Sect, and I'll take good care of Yuna. Perhaps, this time, there will be a chance to step into the God Emperor realm. If there really is such a time, I'll take Yuna to find you. If I can really step into the God Emperor realm, the Greater One Sect has nothing to miss. As the old man's voice faded, the young man turned and left. Master, I won't personally say goodbye to Yuna, please tell her. I'm not worried about your strength, but in the quasi-emperor battlefield of the Emperor battle plane, who knows if there will be experts of the Tianlong clan besieging you. If you can't win, retreat. Master, this is what you taught me. As the young man's voice faded, he was already far away, floating like an immortal. This kid is teaching me a lesson. The old man shook his head with a smile, but there was still some reluctance in his eyes as he looked at the young man. Among his disciples, the young man in front of him was the most outstanding one. Many years ago, there was a force outside Tunglung province that was not weaker than the few God Emperor forces in Tunglung province who had invited his disciple to join them. However, Because his disciple was reluctant to part with his sister and him, he did not go over for a long time. I really didn't expect that he wouldn't go when I tried to persuade him in the past. Duan Lingtian's appearance has made him feel pressured. After the young man's back disappeared, the old man looked away and shook his head gently. Speaking of which, Duan Lingtian is really outstanding. Perhaps he and Long Xiong will meet at the Seven Prefectures banquet soon. The few God Emperor forces in Tunglung province must have obtained the floating image pearls by now. That brat Long Qingchong from the Tianlong clan even went to the Emperor Battle Realm personally to give a floating image pearl to each family. It's obvious that he's trying to maximize the benefits for Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for the fact that Duan Lingtian is really outstanding, I would have thought that he's Long Qingchong's illegitimate son. I really didn't expect that the disciple who took over from him would be so scheming. The old man was Shimen Longxiang's master, one of the supreme elders of the supreme sect. In terms of seniority, even the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, had to address him as senior uncle. Long Qingchong's master was the previous clan leader of the Tianlong clan. He was also the previous clan leader of the supreme sect. However, the current clan leader of the supreme sect was not his disciple but the disciple of one of his junior brothers. Yes, I have to think carefully about what to say to Yuner. The biggest separation that girl has experienced with her brother in this lifetime is when her brother went into closed-door cultivation. This time, her brother has left the supreme sect. She must be feeling terrible. The old man sighed inwardly before he floated away, leaving behind a shadow that dissipated with the wind. Chapter 39:19. Duan Lingtian didn't know about the commotion outside. He also didn't know that Shimen Longxiang, the genius disciple of the Greater One sect who saw him as an opponent, had also left the Greater One sect and Tunglung province after seeing the scryer recording of him killing the 2 middle-level God Emperor Death Guards. He had gone to a force that wasn't any weaker than the top God Emperor forces in Tunglung province that had recruited him many years ago. This is my 3rd time entering the God Emperor battlefield. Every time I come, my mood is different. My mood is different, even the air here feels different. Duan Lingtian flew forward in the God Emperor battlefield, breathing heavily and revealing a faint smile on his face. The first time he came, he was vigilant. He knew that if he encountered the Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect, he would almost certainly die. The second time, with Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian by his side, he was fearless, but also less hot-blooded. This was the 3rd time he had come here, and just like the first time, he was alone. His heart was filled with hot blood, and he pressed forward courageously without fear. With my current strength, if I use all my trump cards, as long as I don't encounter the Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect who is especially powerful, I am confident that I can make him stay in the God Emperor battlefield forever, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Whether it was the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan or the Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect, there were a few people who were very powerful, surpassing ordinary White Dragon Elders and Earth Nether Elders. These people basically had the strength to defeat ordinary High God Emperors with the cultivation of a middle-level God Emperor. Compared to these White Dragon Elders, even Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were a little lacking. However, the number of such White Dragon Elders was very small in the Tianlong clan, only 1 or 2, and the Earth Nether Elders of the Greater One sect were also very few. There's someone there. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. His eyes narrowed, and with a few teleportations, he appeared on the peak of a dangerous mountain. Duan Lingtian stood on the side of the cliff at the peak of the dangerous mountain. He calmly looked at the cave that had clearly been dug out not long ago. He casually slapped the entrance of the cave with his palm. Bang! With a loud bang, the entrance of the cave was filled with sand and stones. It was a complete mess. At the same time, a figure rushed out of the cave, accompanied by a shout. One of us. One of their own. Hearing the sound, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, but at the same time, he quickly retreated. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. When he saw this person, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He was indeed one of them, and he could even be considered an acquaintance. In the past, When Duan Lingtian entered the emperor battle plane for the first time, this person had coldly snorted at him. At that time, Duan Lingtian was baffled, but after someone told him about this person's identity, he finally understood. The person in front of him was none other than the person Duan Lingtian had met before, Liu Yin. He was one of the 2 white dragon elders of the 10,000 demon sect. At the same time, Liu Yin was the previous sect master of a divine emperor level sect, the Hidden Fog sect. He always wanted to kill Xue Haichuan's older brother, Xue Haishan. This was because Liu Yin's only son had died at Xue Haishan's hands, and because of this, Xue Haishan had been imprisoned in the Hidden Fog sect's Sky Stairway prison for 10,000 years. Duan Lingtian. And at this time, Liu Yin flew out of the cave. When he saw Duan Lingtian, his eyes flashed. Just now, he had swept out with his divine sense and discovered that the person outside had an identity badge on his chest. It was the identity badge of a divine emperor member of the Qianlong clan. Thus, when the other party attacked the cave, he reminded them that they were one of them. It wasn't until he came out that he discovered that this person was Duan Lingtian. Elder Liu Yin. Duan Lingtian nodded at Liu Yin, which could be considered a greeting. He didn't have any grudges with this white dragon elder of the 10,000 demon sect. As for the reason why Liu Yin didn't treat him well the last time they met, it was because he was close to Xue Haichuan and his brother. At the same time, Liu Yin looked around, as if he wanted to confirm whether Duan Lingtian had come in alone or if there were other people with him. He still remembered that the last time Duan Lingtian came in, Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were with him. At that time, he thought he would have a chance to attack Xue Haichuan's older brother, Xue Haishan. After all, Xue Haichuan had left the Qianlong temple to come to this divine emperor battlefield. However, what he didn't expect was that before Xue Haichuan came in, he actually sent his older brother Xue Haishan to their Qianlong clan's consecrate, Sikong Yi. Sikong Yi was a consecrate that the clan master of the Qianlong clan had personally invited back. Normally, he had the status of Black Dragon Elder in the Qianlong clan. Basically, no one had seen him fight before, but they all felt that since Sikong Yi could be personally invited back to the Qianlong clan by the clan master and given the status of Black Dragon Elder, he had to be at least a high-level divine emperor. Someone like that wasn't someone Liu Yin could deal with. Elder Liu Yin, there's no need to look. I came in alone this time. Duan Lingtian understood Liu Yin's intention and said indifferently. At this moment, Liu Yin was completely sure that there was no one hiding in the darkness. If there was someone, he would have detected them with his spiritual sense. As the White Dragon Elder of the Qianlong clan and an outstanding mid-level Divine Emperor, he was confident that no one in the Divine Emperor battlefield could escape the detection of his spiritual sense. After all, the strongest people in the Divine Emperor battlefield were mid-level Divine Emperors like him. Duan Lingtian, you've got guts to come in alone. After confirming that there was no one in the darkness, Liu Yin's attitude changed slightly. His gaze towards Duan Lingtian also became unfriendly. Elder Liu Yin, didn't you also come in alone? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. After all, I'm a mid-level Divine Emperor, and you? If I remember correctly, you're just a low-level Divine Emperor, right? Liu Yin looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, there was a hint of vigilance in the depths of his eyes. Just now, Duan Lingtian had attacked the entrance of the cave so suddenly that he didn't have time to react. Therefore, he didn't know whether Duan Lingtian was still a low-level Divine Emperor or not. In the past, he wouldn't have thought that a low-level Divine Emperor could become a mid-level Divine Emperor in just 10 or 20 years. However, this person was Duan Lingtian, so he couldn't help but think that way. Because the time taken for Duan Lingtian to become a low-level Divine Emperor was too short. It was so short that it was shocking and unbelievable. Yes. Duan Lingtian knew what Liu Yin was thinking. He nodded and extended his divine power. The divine power of a low-level Divine Emperor covered the surface of his body and loomed in front of Liu Yin's eyes. Liu Yin naturally wouldn't be mistaken about the aura of a lower Divine Emperor. His eyes, which were originally filled with vigilance, suddenly lit up. At the same time, there was a flash of killing intent in the depths of his eyes. What? The moment Liu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent, Duan Lingtian spoke. Elder Liu Yin, you want to kill me? I remember that there is no enmity between us. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his gaze turned profound. When Liu Yin heard this, he smiled faintly. Yes, there is no enmity between us. However, don't forget that there is some enmity between you and the 10,000 demon sect. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about the recent ones. Our 10,000 demon sect's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing, was killed by you. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Yin's eyes became sharp and murderous. Elder Liu Yin, Kuang Tianjing was executed by the sect. I didn't kill him. Duan Lingtian corrected him. In short, he died because of you. Liu Yin said nonchalantly, moreover, you're on good terms with the brothers Xue Haishan and Xue Haichuan. They are my enemies. The friends of my enemies are also my enemies. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Yin casually patted the void. Immediately, the surrounding void trembled and the space began to move rhythmically. Don't even think about escaping. I, Liu Yin, am proficient in the law of space. As soon as Liu Yin made a move, he disrupted the surrounding space so that Duan Lingtian could not teleport. Although Liu Yin was confident that he could catch up to Duan Lingtian while he was escaping, he did not need to go through so much trouble to disrupt space. He could just kill Duan Lingtian on the spot. Killing me is not a small crime. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. His expression was calm and he did not panic at all. If I kill you on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors and destroy the evidence, who will know that I killed you? As Liu Yin sneered, the divine energy in his body surged out. At the same time, it merged with the law of space profundity and formed a spatial storm around him. Fine. However, what Liu Yin did not expect was that Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard his words. I was originally conflicted about whether I should help Brother Haichuan and Brother Haishan get rid of you since there is no enmity between us. But now, after listening to your words, I don't have to be conflicted anymore. You're right. If I kill you on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors and destroy the evidence, no one will know that I killed you. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. Fat. On the other hand, Liu Yin was not frightened by Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, he smiled coldly. Duan Lingtian, you're about to die, and you're still in the mood to talk nonsense. You're just a low-level divine emperor. How dare you dream of killing me, a middle-level divine emperor? When he heard Duan Lingtian say that he wanted to kill him, Liu Yin seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Of course. Liu Yin had been in the battlefield for more than 2 months, so he did not know what had happened in the past few days. If he knew that Duan Lingtian had killed 2 middle-level divine emperors, he would not have looked down on Duan Lingtian. I also want to see the strength of our Tianlong clan's elder Bai Long. I only hope that you won't disappoint me too much. As Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttered, a spatial storm began to swirl around him. The law of space contained in the storm was obviously more profound than Liu Yin's. I didn't expect you to have comprehended the law of space to such a level. As someone who was also proficient in the law of space, Liu Yin did not even need to wait for Duan Lingtian to make a move. Just the law of space profundity that Duan Lingtian had fused with his divine energy was enough for Liu Yin to see that it was not ordinary. If you were also a middle-level divine emperor, I might not be a match for you. Unfortunately, you're just a low-level divine emperor. Chapter 39:20. Whoosh. Liu Yin moved. As he interfered with the surrounding space, his figure flashed, and he flashed through the void, leaving behind afterimages that were almost real, like the reflection of the moon in the water. 2 awl-shaped double-faced thorns appeared in Liu Yin's hands. They rotated above his right hand, looking very much like the Amei thorns, a cold weapon on earth. However, the Amei thorns were always paired. Liu Yin only had one, and it was obviously longer than the Amei thorns, about 1.5 feet long. Buzz. Liu Yin moved, and in the blink of an eye, he was not far away from Duan Lingtian. As he held the divine weapon in his hand, the void vibrated, and an ear-piercing sound of a blade rang out. A light blade condensed in the void and spread toward Duan Lingtian, sweeping toward Duan Lingtian. As soon as the light blade appeared, it seemed to be able to split heaven and earth into two. This was because it not only enveloped Duan Lingtian, but also the surrounding area. Several dangerous peaks were directly cut off by it, making muffled sounds. Although they were cut off, due to gravity, they still fell on the original mountain. However, when they were stacked together again, they did not look so natural anymore. Whoosh! Faced with Liu Yin's ferocious attack, Duan Lingtian summoned his prominent celestial sword with just a thought. At the same time, he activated his Tao of Control and the Law of Space to nullify part of Liu Yin's attack. The rest of the attack was blocked by his sword. However, even so, he only felt a huge pressure on his body, and then his whole body was knocked away. Of course, rather than being knocked away, it was better to say that he was offsetting the force. When Duan Lingtian was knocked away, he was unscathed. In this flash, Duan Lingtian used a technique that was no weaker than the one he used to kill the two middle-level divine emperors. As some of the higher-ups of the Qianlong clan said, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to the newly promoted White Dragon Elder. How is this possible? Although Duan Lingtian had retreated and was at a disadvantage, Liu Yin, who clearly had the upper hand, was not happy at all. Instead, he was in disbelief. How could Duan Lingtian be so strong? He thought that even if his attack was not enough to kill Duan Lingtian, it would be enough to seriously injure Duan Lingtian. He did not expect that even Duan Lingtian was not hurt at all. Duan Lingtian is so strong. Liu Yin was shocked. His space law shouldn't be so strong, but it's so strong that it doesn't seem like he has only comprehended the law profundity. Duan Lingtian had cast the Tao of Control from the four Tao of heaven and earth to control the law of space. Naturally, it would be even more powerful when it was fused with his profundities. It would have been fine if Duan Lingtian had comprehended other laws since he did not understand the law of space. However, Liu Yin was skilled in the law of space and had a deep understanding of the law of space. It was only natural that he noticed Duan Lingtian's space law profundity did not match his strength. However, this was only the beginning. He thought he was mistaken. However, when he launched another attack, and Duan Lingtian continued to fight with him, he was certain Duan Lingtian's space law profundity was much stronger than his space law profundity. He's from a Devata realm, and he doesn't have any bloodline power. Could it be that his space law clone has given him such strength? That's not right. If it's a space law clone, it's only a quantitative change in his strength. It's impossible for there to be such a qualitative change. What's going on? Liu Yin could not see through Duan Lingtian at all. Although Liu Yin could not defeat Duan Lingtian in such a short time, he was not in a hurry. After all, Duan Lingtian was in a passive position and was much weaker than him. Moreover, Liu Yin had not used his bloodline power yet. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian had secretly used his space law clone. Humph! With a cold snort, Liu Yin's eyes were instantly suffused with a layer of blood qi. Subsequently, his eyes began to turn red as a baleful aura began to rise from his body. Duan Lingtian, as a primitive divine emperor, your strength is comparable to a medium divine emperor. It's indeed shocking. However, if that's all you've got, I'm afraid you won't last more than 10 breaths. In just a blink of an eye, Liu Yin launched another attack. His attacks were even more violent than before, causing Duan Lingtian to feel the pressure. 10 breaths. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me in 10 breaths. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged in the face of Liu Yin's provocation and his attacks that had become even more powerful. At the same time, a figure shot out from his body. It was his space law clone. His space law clone wielded a high-grade divine sword and joined him in fighting Liu Yin. At this moment, it was as though there were two of him fighting Liu Yin. Moreover, not only could his space law clone perfectly unleash his divine energy and the power of law, but it could also unleash the way of control. Liu Yin, who had originally held the upper hand, was now at a disadvantage against Qin Lai, who was using his avatar of the laws of space. Impossible. At that moment, Liu Yin suddenly let out a cry of surprise. It was as if he had seen something inconceivable. Liu Yin was currently dealing with the joint attacks of Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's space law clone as he stared at them intently. It was as though he was trying to figure something out. Duan Lingtian, Your space law clone isn't that powerful. How is it that you can unleash such a powerful attack after fusing with your divine energy? Liu Yin could not help but ask in a low voice. He still could not figure out what was going on. However, Duan Lingtian's reply infuriated him so much that he almost vomited blood. Take a guess. These were Duan Lingtian's exact words. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, fortunately, I've recondensed my law of space doppelganger. I didn't expect that with the help of my law of space doppelganger, I'm actually stronger than Elder Liu Yin. However, this is only the beginning. Liu Yin is still not used to dealing with two of us working together. Give him some time to adapt, and he'll be able to fight me to a draw. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, after Liu Yin calmed down from his rage, he gradually got used to the rhythm of Duan Lingtian and his space law clone working together. He began to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw. Duan Lingtian also patiently fought with Liu Yin. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Liu Yin, who had calmed down from his rage, was now fighting Duan Lingtian. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. How can this Duan Lingtian be so strong? He's just a lower divine emperor. How can he fight me, an elder of the White Dragon clan, to a draw with his space law clone? What's the secret behind his space law clone? I can clearly see what realm his space law clone is at, but the power it shows is completely different. It's more than one realm higher. Liu Yin's expression gradually turned solemn. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The purple-clad young man in front of him was even more monstrous than Xue Haichuan. He's not even 3,000 years old. If he's given a few hundred more years, he might be able to easily trample me under his feet. At this moment, Liu Yin even regretted taking the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian earlier. Otherwise, there was no deep hatred between him and Duan Lingtian, and there was no need for him to fight to the death. After taking a deep breath, Liu Yin began to retreat. As he retreated, he dealt with Duan Lingtian, who was chasing after him. Duan Lingtian, if we continue fighting, it'll be difficult to determine the victor. I was just joking earlier. I only wanted to test your strength. I have no enmity with you, so naturally, I won't kill you. Your relationship with Xue Haichuan and his brother is between the two of you. My enmity with them is between me and them. It has nothing to do with you. At this moment, Liu Yin was already thinking of retreating. He did not want to offend Duan Lingtian because of today's matter. Otherwise, if Duan Lingtian did not have the ability to deal with him today, he would still be in trouble in the future. Liu Yin, be serious. Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear Liu Yin's request for a truce. He continued to attack Liu Yin fiercely like a storm. Liu Yin now regarded Duan Lingtian as an elder of the White Dragon who was on par with him in terms of strength. Faced with Duan Lingtian's outburst, he did not dare to be careless and hurriedly responded. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Lunatic. Liu Yin's expression turned ugly when he saw that Duan Lingtian was unwilling to stop. However, he did not intend to continue fighting with Duan Lingtian because his divine energy was beginning to deplete. Even with the help of a divine pill, he could not catch up to Duan Lingtian. Since Duan Lingtian was a divine alchemist, he had already consumed many Supreme King-grade divine pills that could restore his divine energy. He was eating Supreme King-grade divine pills as snacks. As for Liu Yin, he could only use ordinary healing divine pills. This Duan Lingtian, is he trying to exhaust me to death? When Liu Yin saw Duan Lingtian casually take out 2 more ultimate king-level divine pills and throw them into his mouth, his already depleted divine energy surged again. A thought flashed through his mind. As soon as he thought of this, he lost all will to fight. The first thing he wanted to do was to teleport away. However, just as he was about to teleport away, he realized that the space around him was also disrupted by Duan Lingtian and he could not teleport away. Earlier, he was the one who had disrupted the space, afraid that Duan Lingtian would teleport away. Now, he was no longer disrupting the space. However, Duan Lingtian seemed to know that he would escape and took over his previous job to disrupt the space around him. At this moment, Liu Yin was so anxious that he was about to cry. Could it be that Duan Lingtian had copied him and started to disrupt the space around him? If that was the case, he had really gone for wool and come home shorn. Duan Lingtian, we have no enmity between us. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Liu Yin shouted angrily. Duan Lingtian ignored him. Duan Lingtian, if you don't stop now, don't blame me for fighting you to the death. Liu Yin's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Chapter 39:21. Why are you being so impolite to me? Duan Lingtian was amused by Liu Yin's hysterical words. At the same time, he became more courageous as he fought. In just a blink of an eye, he was able to fight Liu Yin to a standstill with just his clones. Moreover, he had the upper hand with his healing divine pills. Liu Yin's expression turned even more unsightly when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring his threats. After a while, he said with a grim expression, Duan Lingtian, if you're willing to stop, I'll give you all my wealth. Moreover, if you have any enemies in the 10,000 Devil Sect, I'll personally come to the 10,000 Devil Sect and help you deal with them. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. If I kill you, won't your wealth be mine as well? As for the 10,000 Devil Sect, do you think I can't do it myself? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. No matter how Liu Yin tried to persuade him, Duan Lingtian's attacks did not slow down. Instead, they only increased in intensity. Gradually, Liu Yin was at a disadvantage. It seemed like he was not far from death. Liu Yin's expression turned even more ferocious at this moment. Duan Lingtian, you're forcing my hand. Suddenly, Liu Yin let out a shout. Then, the image of a small world appeared in the air with his body as the center. Although it was only an image, it was extremely lifelike. This is, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock when he saw this. His detonating his own little world. In the realms of gods, even celestials in the Devata realms were capable of detonating their own little worlds. However, the power of detonating their own little worlds was limited. It was not enough to kill someone with a higher cultivation base. However, if one could not detonate their own little worlds, they would only be considered as a pseudo-detonation. Due to the limited power, they would only be able to injure someone with a similar cultivation base. Only when one could detonate their own little worlds would it be considered as a true self-detonation. Even in the realms of gods, only celestial emperors and above were capable of such a feat. As the saying went, an emperor could not be humiliated. This saying was widely spread in the realms of gods. Regardless of whether it was an emperor god or an ultimate god, if they were forced into a corner, they could evolve a small world in their body and self-destruct. Not to mention those who were of similar strength, even those who were more powerful could die from their self-destruction if they were not careful. It's said that existences below the emperor god level can also self-destruct the small world in their bodies through some special methods, similar to secret techniques. This Liu Yin actually possesses such a secret technique. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as he felt a great sense of crisis. At this moment, he subconsciously prepared to teleport, but he discovered that he could not teleport at all. The surrounding space had been completely disrupted. It was obvious that Liu Yin had taken action beforehand. It's too late to run now. At this moment, Liu Yin's expression was slightly ferocious while his eyes were filled with madness. Duan Lingtian, you asked for it. I gave you a chance. In Liu Yin's opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely be extremely terrified and beg him not to self-destruct the small world in his body. To his surprise, not only was Duan Lingtian not afraid, but he even said indifferently, I'm not playing with you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a 7-colored divine sword appeared in his hand. It exuded an extremely sharp aura. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed the high-grade divine weapon in Liu Yin's hand, causing it to dim slightly. At the same time, an endless stream of vitality swept out from Duan Lingtian's small world and enveloped him. The silhouette of a gigantic tree appeared behind Duan Lingtian in a timely manner. As the branches flapped, extremely dense life energy sprinkled on Duan Lingtian's head. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was luxuriously bathed in the vitality. This is the divine tree of life. Liu Yin's pupils shrank rapidly. And this sword? It's a high-grade divine sword that has given birth to a complete sword soul. Duan Lingtian actually has such a secret. While Liu Yin was still in shock, Duan Lingtian made his move. He waved the sword in his hand and slammed it down with a force that seemed to be able to suppress everything. It came crashing down on Liu Yin's head. At this moment, the terrifying true meaning of the sword principle and the way of control that was no longer concealed were completely revealed. Duan Lingtian had previously concealed the way of control and could only exert about half of its power. It was only slightly stronger than the embryonic form of the way of control, but there was a limit to its strength. However, now that it was completely revealed, its power had increased greatly. Sword principle? And it's the complete sword principle. Didn't he only grasp the embryonic form of the sword principle? And, this is the way of control? Heavens, what kind of monster is he? He actually grasped the complete way of control. No wonder the spatial laws that he displayed earlier were so powerful even though they weren't strong. It turns out that he had integrated the way of control. Damn it. He's just a brat who's not even 3,000 years old. How could he have such means? Heaven and earth are so unfair. How could they treat this brat so well? However, he's going to die. If such an existence dies in my hands, even if my soul is destroyed, it'll be worth it. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. As Liu Yin laughed heartily, the projection of the miniature world around him began to shatter. At the same time, it displayed an extremely terrifying power. It was probably not weaker than the all-out attack of a powerful high-level divine emperor. Boom. Rumble. When the little world in Liu Yin's body exploded, his body was unsurprisingly shattered. However, his soul wandered out and did not perish immediately. Instead, it watched everything from a distance. I'll definitely have to take a good look at how such a proud son of heaven is going to die in my hand. Liu Yin's soul appeared in the void and transformed into a phantom. Through Liu Yin's divine consciousness, he sent voice transmissions to Duan Lingtian's ears. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Duan Lingtian suddenly pressed down with the sword in his hand. Instantly, an equally terrifying power gushed out and covered the sky like a huge river. Then, it collided with the power of the little world in Liu Yin's body. After a moment of stalemate, it was completely shattered. The power of the little world self-explosion was not small. It continued to spread toward Duan Lingtian. Bang! With a loud bang, Duan Lingtian was sent flying along with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Then, the remaining power seemed to have turned into a ferocious beast. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced toward Duan Lingtian as if it wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. And at this moment, whoosh! A 7-colored figure had appeared next to Duan Lingtian at some point in time. It was an extremely beautiful woman. The woman was dressed in a rainbow-colored robe. She looked like a goddess from the 9 heavens. She looked coldly at the incoming power. She raised her hand and the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in her hand. Then, she and the 7 orifices exquisite sword became one. They turned into a huge rainbow-colored sword ray and blocked in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the rainbow-colored sword ray split into tens of thousands of sword rays and attacked the oncoming power of the little world self-explosion. Whoosh! Whoosh! The branches of the divine tree of life behind Duan Lingtian swayed faster and faster. In the end, the divine tree of life silhouette became more and more corporeal. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the 7-colored sword Qi were shrouded in an endless stream of energy. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. It was the power of the little world's self-explosion. After crushing the tens of thousands of rainbow-colored sword rays, it collided with the huge rainbow-colored sword ray in front of Duan Lingtian. It also collided with the power of life. Suddenly, the rainbow-colored sword ray dimmed. It was as if it could shatter at any time. However, as the power of life continued to pour into it, it did not shatter. It continued to be damaged but continued to recover. It seemed to have an endless ability to recover. The power of the little world self-explosion became weaker and weaker. In the end, the power of life stopped pouring into it and the rainbow-colored sword ray showed no signs of dissipating. Whoosh! When the power of the little world self-explosion had completely dissipated, a gust of wind blew past. The divine tree of life behind Duan Lingtian disappeared. The rainbow-colored sword ray in front of him also returned to his body. No! Impossible! In the distance, Liu Yin's soul, which should have dissipated a long time ago, had held on until now. When he saw the scene in front of him, he found it hard to accept. You're only a middle divine emperor, but you've mastered the self-explosion technique of the little world in your body. It seems like Elder Liu Yin has had a great opportunity. Duan Lingtian looked at Liu Yin's soul in the distance. He did not destroy it. He just looked at it from afar with a bright smile on his face. Ah! Ah 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 ah. When Liu Yin saw that Duan Lingtian was unharmed, his remnant soul, which had been holding on until now, could not hold on any longer. It shattered into pieces and was completely annihilated. Listening to his final shriek, it was clear that he was extremely unwilling to give up. Seeing that Liu Yin's soul had dissipated, Duan Lingtian looked at the place where Liu Yin had been standing. Then, he flew over and retrieved Liu Yin's spatial ring and divine weapon. The power he had used just now was not enough to destroy Liu Yin's spatial ring. Liu Yin's spatial ring was of such high quality that only the power of a god emperor could destroy it. Although I've gained something, the price I paid was too high. After Duan Lingtian put away the spatial ring, he was not in the mood to look at the things inside. Since they were already his, he could look at them at any time. Right now, he had other things to pay attention to. For example, Huang and the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. There was also the divine tree of life. Although the technique he had used just now had seemed awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant, and even Liu Yin's self-explosion of the little world in his body had not hurt him in the slightest, he had paid a great price. Huang are you all right? Duan Lingtian asked softly. Master, I'm fine. Although Huang said she was fine, her voice was extremely weak. I've only suffered some minor injuries. I'll be able to recover after some time. I'm afraid the 7 Orifices exquisite sword will not be able to help you for the time being. Rest well. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Then, he began to observe the divine tree of life in his little world. The divine tree of life, which had been shining brightly, now seemed somewhat dim. It even needed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his little world to recover. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,